No, that's where.
Oh, already going?
Oh.
Okay. Okay, I was.
This is the second time. Shalom. Love singing harmony. So beautifully. Mark will be providing downbeats. So we did Tov Lahodot. I think it would be helpful if Mark gave us a little beat for that. Is it hot in here or am I having my own personal summer? Okay. Mr. Barrett? Yes. Yeah. Oh, I know what it was. Hi. Michael. Michael, after Tolo Do Ladonai, that one, we're gonna go right into Psalm 150, but I was not gonna play the guitar and I was wondering if you might want to jump in. Suri blow a la plata bo with to really below of lata bo. But then I'm gonna say, turn to page 231 for Psalm 150. And I'm gonna do Kol HaNeshama Tehallel hallelujah, but faster. Oh, and I'm hoping you'll move us. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Kia so that. So just, I don't want it to. Yeah. That does, yep. Because I wanted to. Sorry. Well, do you want to be there? And Jennifer and I can move our stuff over there. That's probably better. Yeah, I would say let's switch. Yeah, I will. Well, or you could just sit right next to him, whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, you have to scroll.
Maybe
We could use. You don't need me, so I pop up in Barfoot, right? And then you'll pop up at Adonai and then that, and you can stand right here while I'm introducing yourself. Do you want to say anything else on the way into Nifmocha, or that was suffice?
That was absolutely suffice.
All right, yeah, thank you, thank you.
Absolutely. I'm putting this just a little lower because Michael said that you couldn't hear the guitar otherwise.
Okay, the sound is going to be a thing, but anyway, like keep an eye on the time, then we should probably. Boker Tov, Shabbat Shalom. Hope everyone has Siddur, and later you will need Humash. Everyone on Zoom, welcome. Good Shabbos. Page 141.
Halecha, oh Halecha Yaakov, Matov Halecha, oh Halecha Yaakov, Ishkem Ishkenotecha Yisrael. Ishkenotecha Yisrael. Oh, Hallelujah. Oh, hallelujah. Oh, hallelujah. Mishkenotecha Yisrael. Mishkenotecha Yisrael. Atov Halecha, Oh, halecha Yaakov, matov halecha. Oh, halecha Yaakov. Please join me on page 153 for Bichot HaShachar. Please rise as you're able in body and or in spirit. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, hamavir shena meinai, u'tnuma me'afapai. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, hanoten lasach vivina, lahavchin ben yom u'ben laila. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, rokah haaretz al hamayim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, pokeach ivrim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, malbish arumim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, matir asurim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, zokev kefufim. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, hamechim mitzadei gaver. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, sha'asali kol tzorki. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, ozer Yisrael bigvura. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, oter Yisrael b'tifara. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, sha'asani b'tzalmo. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, sha'asani bat chorin. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, sha'asani Yisrael. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu chel amim, hanoten layaf koach. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher tzar et adam v'chom. Baruch atah Adonai rofecho basar, umafli la'asot. Elohai neshama shenatata bi tehora hi, ata v'rata tayitzarta tanapachta bi, ata mishma. Kozman sheneshama v'kirbi modani lefanecha Adonai, Elohai v'Elohei v'tev v'imotai, Ribon kol hamasim, Adon kol haneshamot. Baruch atah Adonai, asher bi'ado nefesh kol chai, v'ruach kol basar. Page 177. Baruch she'amar v'haya ha'olam, Baruch hu. Baruch Osev Reshit, Baruch Shemo, Baruch Omer V'Oseh, Baruch Hu, Baruch Gozer Mekayim, Baruch Shemo, Baruch Merachem al Haaretz, Baruch Hu, Baruch Merachem al Habrichot, al Habriot, Baruch Shemo, Baruch Mishalem Sachar Tov L'Reav, Baruch Hu, Baruch Ma'avir Afela Umavi Ora, Baruch Shemo, Baruch Chai La'ad V'Kayam Lanetzach, Baruch Hu, Baruch Potel Matzil, Baruch Hu, Uvaruch Shemo. Please join me on page 209. Michael, could you also please join me on page 209? As we take a moment to give thanks for the day of Shabbat with Psalm 92. להודות לאדוני, וזמר לשמך העליון, להגיד בבוקר חסדך, ואמונתך בלילות, עלי עשור, עלי נבל, עלי היגיון בחינוך, עלי עשור, עלי נבל, עלי היגיון בחינוך. רוב להודות אדוני, וזמר לשמך העליון. כי שימחתני אדוני בפועלך, במעשה ידיך ארוני. מה גדול מעשיך אדוני, מאוד מחשבותיך, Magadu Adonai Me'od Machshevotecha. Turn the page. Tzadik Katamar Yifra Ke'eres Babilon Yizgeh Shetulim Bebeit Adonai Bechatrot El Beit Yosichu Odinu Seva Dishenim Ra'anim Behagim Kishar Adonai to revelo latabo. Page 231, Psalm 150. Oh, haneshama tehalel ya hallelujah. Kol haneshama tehalel ya hallelujah. 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 Bekocho. Hallelujah. Bekiyahu. So, hallelujah. Big Burata. Hallelujah. Hero of good Lord. Hallelujah. Take a shofar. Hallelujah. Benebel vechinor. Hallelujah. Betov Mahor. Hallelujah. Bemi Veuga. Hallelujah. Betzilzele Shabbat. Hallelujah. Betzilzele Teruah. Oh, haneshama tehalel hallelujah. Oh, haneshama tehalel hallelujah.
Thank you, Beth. More coming soon. Page 245, a separator moment as we move into the main body of prayer. Yitgadal v'yitkadash shemei Rabba ve'alma divrach dirutei ve'amlich malchutei b'chayechon u'vyomechon uv'chayei dechol beit Yisrael ba'agala uvizman kariv v'imeru. Amen. Yehei shmei Rabba mevorach Le'olam ul'almei almaya yitbarach v'yishtabach v'yipar v'yitshema v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yit'aleh v'yit'alal shmei dekudsha b'richu le'elam min kol birchata v'shirata tushbechata v'nechemata ta'amiran be'alma v'imhu. Amen. 247. Baruch Hu et Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai Hamborach Leolam Va'ed. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Ruach HaOlam Yotzer Or Uvorech Choshech Oseh Shalom Uvore et hakol. Page 253, transliteration on 255. If sometime in the last few days you have not been simply blown away and rendered speechless by the beauty of our surroundings, you are not paying attention. Spring in Washington, look to your left, take it in, and sing out the appreciation to the cycles of nature and the unmoved mover behind it all, the El Adon. 253. El Adon al kol ha'ma'asim baruch umborach befi kol neshama godlo v'tubo male olam da'at utuna sovavim hodo hamidga'e al chayot hakodesh v'nedar bechavod al merkava zechut umishor lifnei chiso chesed v'rachamim לפני כבודו, טובים מאורות שברא אלוהינו יצרם, בדעת בבינה ובהשכל, כוח וגבורה נתן בהם, להיות מושלים בקרב תבל, מלאים זיו ומפיקים נוגה, נאה זיום בכל העולם, שמחים בצאתם וששים בבואם, עושים בהם רצון קונם. פאר וכבוד נותנים לשמו, צהלה ורינה לזכר מלכותו, קרא לשמש במזרח אור רעה, והתקין צורת הלבנה, שבח נותנים לו. כל צבא מרום, תפארת וגדולה, שרפים ואופנים בחיות הקודש, יאללה, 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 La 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 la. Ya la 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 la. Ya la la la. Ya la la. Ya la 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 la. Ya la 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 la. Ya la la la. 269. Adon הנפלאות, המחדש בטובו בכל יום תמיד, מעשה בראשית, כאמור לעושי הורים גדולים, כי לעולם חסדו. אור חדש על ציון תאיר, ונזכה כולנו במהרה לאורו. ברוך אתה אדוני, יוצר המאורות. There's a lot of holidays this season. Next week, Earth Day. And this is, of course, the prayer we just wrapped up, our creation prayer, which is kind of the Jewish contribution to the logic of Earth Day. Come back next week, Rabbi Sandra Lawson, for Earth Day Shabbos. It's going to be something. We are also in that passage of time from Pesach to Shavuot. Shavuot being the festival of Revelation, this being the 9th day of the Omer. We're all current in our counting. 9, number 9, number 9, number 9, right? So just thinking ahead to Revelation, we'll have much more opportunity to soak in the luxuriousness of Torah in the weeks ahead as we make our march from the Red Sea to the mountain. Page 275. In the middle, preparatory to Shema. והביאנו לשלום מארבע כנפות הארץ, ותוליכנו קוממיות לארצנו, כי אל פועל ישועות אתה, וקרבתנו לשמך הגדול, סלע באמת. להודות לך ולייחדך באהבה, ברוך אתה אדוני, אוהב עמו ישראל. 277. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Elohim. ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך, והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך, ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך, וקשרתם לאות על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך. The next few pages on our own. Ani Adonai Elohechem, Adonai Elohechem, Emet. The string of holidays I referred to in just a moment ago continues, of course. This should be a holiday weekend for income tax deadline. And it should be a chag, right? The Jewish model is not freedom from, it is freedom toward. It is embracing the responsibility. It is the Shavuot that follows the Pesach. And paying our taxes should be an occasion of great joy to live in a society as organized and as forward-thinking as occasionally ours rises to be. It's delayed this week because of in DC Emancipation Day. And that, of course, is not 1865, that is 1862. The process of enfranchisement, the idea that once despised minorities have rights and that the historic status quo cannot hold, and that people need to rise and do amazing things in defense of the marginal, is the story of those years, 1862 to 1865. It is also the story of those years, 1939 to 1945. Patriots Day in Massachusetts, thank you, right on. And so as we prepare for the last of the holidays that I'm listing now, which is Yom HaShoah V'Hagvura, Our anniversary, our choice of how to memorialize the Holocaust was specifically tied to the Warsaw Ghetto. 80 years ago, this week, the ghetto was a month into its hopeless, remarkable rebellion. It would fall a few days later. And when it fell, leader of one of the few Jews to cross over into the Polish national government in exile, who was in the ghetto, Samuel Zeigelbaum, left a note. Though the responsibility for the crime of the murder of the entire Jewish nation rests above all on the perpetrators, indirect blame must be borne by humanity itself. Dr. Tim Snyder of Yale, in the biographical foreword to our speaker's book today about Jan Karski, adds, for the rest of his life, Karski felt the weight of responsibility for Zeigelbaum's death. We just had Seder. We just talked about freedom. What have you done for the freedom of others? Jan Karski is the extreme of bravery and selflessness and risk-taking in the service not just of his country's freedom, but of marginalized people's enfranchisement. What are we doing to stick our necks out? 1% as much. So in this post-Pesach period, let's take the inspiration and let's figure out what it means to be risk takers on behalf of others and the values that we hold dear. Page 291, our redemption song, leading us into the Amidah.
Tilot Leil Elyon, Baruch Hu Vorach, Moshe u'Miriam u'Bnei Yisrael, L'chanu Shira, B'simcha Rabba ve'amru chulam, Mi chamocha belim Adonai, Mi kamocha nedar b'kodesh, Norati Lord Osef Eleh. Shira Chadasha Shibichu Geulim L'Shimcha Asfat Hayam Yachad Kulam Hodu V'Himlichu V'Amru Adonai Imloch Leolam Va'ed Sur Yisrael Kuma Bezrat Yisrael Ufrechenu Mecha Yehuda veYisrael Go Aleinu Adonai Tzvaot Shemo Kedosh Yisrael Baruch Atah Adonai Gal Yisrael Adonai Sifatai Tiftach Ufi Yagid Tehilatecha Baruch Atah Adonai Eloheinu Elohei Avotenu V'Imotenu Elohei Abraham Elohei Sarah Elohei Yitzhak Elohei Rivka Elohei Yaakov Elohei Rachel Elohei Leah Ha'el Hagadol Hagibor V'Hanora El Elyon Gomel Chasadim Tovim V'Konei Hakol V'Zocher Chastei Avot V'Imot U'Mevi Gula Livnei V'Neihem Man Shemo B'Ahava Melech Ozer U'Moshia U'Magen Baruch Atah Adonai Magen Abraham Vezrat Sarah Atah Gibor Leolam Adonai Rav Lehoshia Morid Hatal Mechalkel Chaim Bechesed
Mechaye kol chai berachamim rabim. Tzomech noflim verofech olim. Umatir asurim. Umekayem emunato lishenei afar. Michamocha bal gevurot umidomelach. Melech Maimit u'mechaye u'matzmiach Yeshua v'ne'eman ata l'chayot kol chai Baruch atah Adonai mechaye kol chai. Page 303. Nikadesh et shimcha ba'olam kishem shemakdishim oto b'shmei marom kakatuv al yad nevi'echa v'karazel zev yamar kadosh 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 Adonai tziva'ot melocho haaretz kevodo. As b'kol rash gadol adir v'chazak mashmim kol mitnasim lumat serafim lumatam baruch yomeru baruch kevod Adonai mimekomo. Mimkomecha malkeinu tofia v'timloch aleinu ki machakim anachnu lach. Matai timloch b'tzion, matai timloch b'tzion, bekarov b'yameinu leolam va'ed tishkon. Titgadal v'titkadash b'toch Yerushalayim ircha. L'dor vador, l'dor vador, l'netzach netzachim. Ve'einu tirena malchutecha. More b'shirei uzecha imloch Adonai leolam Elohayich Tzion ledor vador hallelujah. L'dor vador nagid God lecha ulenetzach netzachim kedushatcha nakdish v'shivchacha Eloheinu mipinu lo yamush leolam va'ed ki el melech gadol v'kadosh ata baruch ata Adonai ha'el hakadosh. We continue with the Amidah silently. The words of our heart and the words on the page, and we'll join together in a peace blessing. As you complete your own Amidah, please join on page 321 for a prayer for peace. Shalom, Tova, Veracha, Chayim v'chesed, v'rachamim. Please join us. Shalom, Tova, Veracha, Chayim v'chesed, v'rachamim. Shalom, Tova, Veracha, Chayim v'rachamim. Tova, Chayim v'chesed, v'rachamim. Shalom, Tova, Veracha, Chayim v'chesed, v'rachamim. Shalom, Tova, Veracha, Chayim v'chesed, v'rachamim. Shalom, Tova, Veracha, Chayim v'chesed, v'rachamim. Shalom, Tova,
Huge appreciation to Beth Sperber-Ritchie, joined by Jennifer and Mark and Michael. The newest addition to the sacred crew of solo service leaders is Vanessa Eisman, and she and Kate are getting ready for their simcha so that you're not nervous. A couple of weeks from now, we're just going to help you get used to it by inviting you up now to take the Torahs through the room, Torah. We are on page 383.
Ein kamocha b'elim Adonai ve'ein kamasecha malchutecha malchut kol amim umemshaltecha b'chol dor v'dor Adonai 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 Slemo Yitei Adonai Yivarech Et Amo Bashon Av HaRachamim Heitiv V'Birtzoncha Tzion Tifnu Chomo Yerushalayim Tinech Chomot Yerushalayim Ki B'chol Levad Batachnu Melech Ram V'Nisa Adon Olami. Page 385, bottom of the page. Hirchuli Sharei Tzedek Avo B'Modeya Hirchuli Sharei Tzedek Avo B'Modeya Tzadikim Tzadikim Yavo.
Page 393, they will lead, we respond.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Echad Eloheinu Gadol Adonai
Kadosh Shemo.
Echad Eloheinu Gadol Adonai Kadosh Shemo. Ganu Adonai
Hallelujah, hallelujah. Torah, Torah, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Be seated. Thank you, thank you. All right. More of Beth later in this service and more of Kate and Vanessa soon in the spring. Thank you so much. Excellent. All right. Good Shabbos. Those who were here earlier are already oriented to the season and the many holidays, including Yom HaShoah and including DC Emancipation Day and including Earth Day next week. They're all on the table. We are right now in Parshat Shmini, Leviticus chapter 9. You can find where our reading begins
on page 707 in the new edition of the Plaut Chumash that has the graphic on the front. If it just says the Torah, the old edition, 798. Shmini is best known for two sets of stories in chapter 10, the next chapter, which for us today will be flyover country, as we do bookends. Nadav and Avihu, the sons of Aaron, die while offering strange fire, Eish Zara. We can't explain it, and I'm not going to try. But listen to the Indigo Girls' Strange Fire, awesome song. And then chapter 11 is all about what we can and can't eat, and read the Jewish Week for a Devar Torah on that. We are just looking at this idea of the 8th day. And this is the only Torah portion that begins and has its name that kind of reifies an identity to this parsha over and over that is a number. It's interesting, right? We're just picking up in a random place in a narrative, Uvayom Hashmini, and on the 8th day, and it begs the question of what was going on before, and why does the story start here, and what's the big deal about the number 8? So this Shabbat has been brought to you by the number 8, and that was taken from Kevin and Marcia's Seder, actually, a few days ago. So the Kitzur Bal HaTurim, one of the medieval commentators, builds on some midrashim that ask what was going on in the first 7 days that's different from the 8th. And the answer is, for the first 7 days, Moses, and by the way, this is the first 7 days of the tabernacle. We just set it up at the end of Exodus. And if you were here 3 weeks ago when we read Leviticus 1, the significance of picking up there was that the presence of God had so filled the tabernacle, there was no room for anything, and it actually ignited on Leviticus 1. So this is now only 8 days later at Leviticus 9. And for those first 7 days, Moses was the Kohen. He was doing the incense. He was doing the slaughtering. He was directing it. He was the guy. And for a brief moment, if you will, the branches of government were all fused into one. And luckily, he was a good guy. But should we really allow for the whittling away of other branches so that only the executive has power? Just saying. Israel, just saying. Protests continue, including tomorrow. Unacceptable. UNEXEPTABLE. Look it up. So for all kinds of reasons, this couldn't hold, but think about the family drama. Moses and Aaron, forget Miriam, because the Midrash mostly forgets Miriam, right? But we have 3 siblings. Imagine the sibling rivalry among the different kinds of leadership. And there are stories that seem to be cooperation, where they cede ground to each other, and there are other stories where it's ripe for competition. Kitzur Bal HaTurim, Amar Moshe. This is what Moses said to himself when we get to this reading, that on the 8th day, he's instructing everyone that Aaron and his sons will do the priesthood. And he's kicking himself for something that happened years earlier. Amar Moshe, lefi shesarvati zayin yamim besneh. Because I refused, I hemmed and hawed for 7 days at the burning bush and wouldn't rise to leadership like I should have, to say hineni, here I am. Lachen lo zachiti l'shamesh. Therefore, I did not merit to serve as shamash, to be the Kohen, ela Zion. Anything beyond the 7. A remarkable turning inward. A blessing for all of us that even as fate does what it needs to, that we keep that tshuvadik, that constant high holy day, that musar, pointing the finger inward, even as we point it outward. One beautiful example of that recurring leitmotif throughout the Jewish year. And finally, just to remember, 8, of course, stands apart. 6 is the number of nature, right? 6 days in our tradition, creation. 7 is completion. 8 is the start of the new cycle. 8 is the delivering on the promise of the cycle. And maybe it's no accident that if you tip the number 8 on its side, you get an infinity symbol. Because this is the power of Shmini. May we tap into it. Shabbat Shalom. Inviting our very special first aliyah. Vayazor vegen v'yashil lechol echosim bo v'namar. HaKol havogad Eloheinu nuchavod laTorah. Ye'amdu Yonina Rivka bat Mordechai v'Masha veYosef Ephraim ben Eliezer veYonina Rivka la'aliyah rishona Baruch shenatan Torah le'em Yisrael b'kedushato ve'atem hadveikim l'Adonai Elohechem chaim kulchem hayom. Wait a minute. You're going to read Torah for Rishon and have the third aliyah.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
It's okay.
Come back up, please. Sorry. Okay. The order got transposed somewhere along the way. Again, Leviticus chapter 9, verse 1.
Baruch hu et Adonai Hamborah.
Adonai Hamborach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamborach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher kirvanu lavodato, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Vahi Bayom Hashmini Kara Moshe V'Aaron Uvanav Uziknei Yisrael Vayomer El Aaron Kach Lecha Egel Ben Bakar Lechatat V'Ayil Le'ula Temimim V'Hakarev Lifnei Adonai V'el B'nei Yisrael Tidaber Lemor Kechu Se'irizim Lechatat V'Egel V'Cheves B'nei Shana Timimim Le'olam.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'tocheinu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. A special celebration with the 2 who were closest to our beloved and much missed Len Blackman. The 2 who were closest out of many who were close and many more who were touched by and touched. We have the occasion to remember as Joan steps forward in sponsoring today's Shabbat Voices with Dr. Derek Goldman, but a chance to celebrate a legacy. And I think Len would be very proud of the date that you've chosen. I know he would be very, very proud of some other things that their son Jeffrey has chosen, including a person that Jeffrey has chosen, and look for a joint aliyah of them sometime soon. a bracha on all that you do and on the smiles and the love that now come to mind, along with the sadness when we remember and also affirm the future together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yasher koach. Second aliyah, picking up at chapter 9, verse 4. And Ya'amod Yonatan ben Yaakov Malka la'aliyah shenit.
Baruch hu et Adonai havarach. Baruch Adonai havarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kirvanu la'avodato v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah. Amen.
Amen. V'shor va'ayol ishlamim. Lizboach lifnei Adonai u'mincha balulav hashamen ki hayom Adonai nir'ah aleichem vayikhu et asher siva Moshe el penei ohel moed vayakrivu kol ha'eda v'yam du lifnei Adonai vayomer Moshe zeh hadavar asher siva Adonai ta'asu vayera aleichem kavod Adonai.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'chayei olam nata b'derkeinu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. Beautiful all around. Yasher koach. Those amazing last words, Vayera aleichem kavod Adonai, that the glory and honor of the divine should be upon them, upon you, and so may it be for us as well. Mishaberach lecholim, a chance to think about those we want to lift up for a blessing of healing for another or ourselves.
If you have just could stand in your place, sorry, I have a guitar and Torah situation. If you all could stand in your place, if you're holding someone in your heart, and then we will share the names as a group.
Including on Zoom in the chat. Yes. Okay.
Say the names, the people who you're holding.
Tim Whitman and Stuart Baum. And so many.
Mishaberach Avotenu v'imotenu U'yevarech et ha'cholim U'yevarech et ha'cholot v'yanik lem Orech ruach ometz lem U'refuah shlema Mishaberach Avotenu v'imotenu U'yevarech et ha'cholim U'yevarech et ha'cholot v'yanik lem Orech ruach ometz lem U'refuah shlema. May the world those who came before give patience and courage to us now. Help us find strength to nurture and to bring a full healing.
Amen. Mishbera. Avotenu, Imotenu, Yevares Vacholi, Yevares Vacholos, Beyanikle, Orech Ruach Ometzlem, Vashlema. Amen. A refuah shlema, a complete and full healing.
Now. Ya'amdu Binyamin ben Melech v'Liba Malka v'Chana bat Avram v'Rivka hamaftirim. So it's kind of appropriate to see Bob bound up the stairs twice, which is exactly the point of the Aliyah today in celebration of coming through close scrapes and medical challenges that could lay one low, and we celebrate resilience and healing and love.
Hello, folks. I asked Rabbi Fred if I could bench Gomel today, and he graciously invited me. A year ago, I had pneumonia, and it was uncomfortable, but I got over it. I later had COVID. I got over that too, but a follow-up X-ray showed a very large mass in my right lung, quite big, and multiple smaller nodules. In most cases, such a finding is quite dire. And because I have other medical problems, I was unable to have a biopsy done. And so we just had to wait a long time. 2 weeks ago, I had a follow-up scan, and the large mass had diminished in size, in volume, by over 95%. So I'm okay, and I'm going to be okay. I'm not sure if the decree was averted by my prayers, but what I do know is for a while I thought I had little time left, and now I have more, and for that I'm quite grateful.
Amen, amen, amen. So we're picking up at the maftir, the very end of the kashrut passages at Leviticus 11:47, I believe. 11:45. This is on page 717 in the New Plout, or 823 in the old. Kasher, of course, simply means fit, and thank God you are fit. I had it. Sorry. Right there. Yeah.
Baruch Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam va'ed. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher kirvanu la'avodato v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai notein haTorah.
Amen.
אני אדוני, המעלתכם מארץ מצרים להיות לכם לאלוהים, אתם קדושים כי קדוש אני. ואת תורת הבהמה והעוף, וכל נפש החיה הרומסת במים, ולכל נפשי השורצת על הארץ, להבדיל בין הטמא ובין הטהור, ובין החיה הנאכלת, ובין חיה אשר לא תאכל.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torah emet v'haolam natan b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai notein haTorah.
Amen.
Yasher Koach, page 401 in the Siddur, if you don't know the one line to say it after Bob.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hagomel lahavim tovot shegmalani kol tov.
Amen. Misha Gebalcha Tov, Hu Yigmalcha Kol Tov, Selah.
Amen.
Amen. Shkoch. Excellent. Jesse and Barbara. Ya'amod Hamagbia Ta'amod Hagolelet. That's what I show. Please rise as we are able. Bezot HaTorah asher sam Moshe b'pnei Torah, 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 Tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, 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 Tziva lanu Moshe. Torah, we may be seated, and Baruch Shehachianu, Barbara's first ever Galila. Before we return the Torah to the Ark in our abbreviated shacharit on these mornings so that we can create generous space for the learning, and we have some amazing learning and exploring to do with Dr. Goldman. We are already at the end of the month of liberation. Hard to believe. With Yom HaShoah v'Hagvura about to happen, and then Yom HaZikaron and Yom HaAtzmaut coming up early in the next month. ER, the month that is all Omer, all intentionality of counting our days and coming to a heart of wisdom, also has that special Israel flavor. And however you are observing Israel at 75, in loving armchair support, in showing up with fists raised at pro-Israel protests that may be pro-Israel in spirit, but not necessarily the current governmental direction, whether it's donations to civil society that is doing the hard, necessary work of justice and pluralism in the face of painful headwinds. However we celebrate Israel at 75, don't forget in your own way, through the challenges, to celebrate. Page 425 in the Siddur. We rise as we are able to bless the coming of the new month. Yehi ratzon milfanecha, ya Adonai Eloheinu v'lo yavatenu v'imotenu, shetechadesh aleinu et hachodesh hazeh letova v'livracha, shetechadesh aleinu et hachodesh hazeh letova v'livracha. Vatiten lanu chaim arukim, chaim shel shalom, chaim shel tova, chaim shel bracha, chaim shel mazon ufarnasa, chaim shel chilutz atzamot, chaim sheyesh bahem ahava v'irat shamayim, חיים שאין בהם בושה וכלימה, חיים של אושר וכבוד, חיים שיש בהם יושר ותבונה והשכל ודעה, חיים שימלאו משאלות ליבנו לטובה, אמן. סלאם. מי שעשה ניסים לאבותינו ולאמותינו וגאלתם מעבדות לחירות, הוא יגאל אותנו בקרוב, ויקבץ נידחינו מארבע כנפות הארץ. חברים כל ישראל, חברים כל ישראל, חברים כל ישראל, חברים כל ישראל, ונאמר אמן. ראש חודש אייר יהיה ביום השישי וביום השבת הבא עלינו ועל כל ישראל לטובה. יחדשהו הקדוש ברוך הוא עלינו ועל כל יושבי תבל לחיים ולשלום, אמן. לששון ולשמחה, לישועה ולנחמה, ונאמר amen. As Shelley Sadowski and Larry Miller join us, we return the Torah to the Ark, page 433.
Yehalelu et Shem Adonai ki niskav shemo levado hodo v'shamim v'yaharem keremo tira lecho chasida lifnei Yisrael Kerovo. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Page 441. Uvno hoyamar shuvar nezuvot alfei Israel. Ilekach tov natati lachem. Torati al ta'azovu. Etzavim
Thank you, Yasher Koach. Good Shabbos, everyone. Bevakasha.
Shabbat Shalom. It's wonderful to see everyone here this morning for this next installment of our Shabbat Voices program, which we've introduced this year with an array of teachers and artists and activists who have brought so much richness from their own lives and words of wisdom to our community. I want to first acknowledge that this Shabbat Voices today is being underwritten by Joan Kahn, in memory of her late beloved husband, Len Blackman, who many of us remember. Len was one of the earliest members of Adat Shalom, joined here in 1990, and he was a presence. He was here on a regular basis, participating in worship and adult education, served on the board for many years, and probably became best known to us as the schlepper in chief, which may sound like a little bit of a dig, but actually was always said with the greatest love and affection, because there's even the Hasidic literature, there's a great stories about people who do what seem to be the lowliest tasks, but actually turn out to be the holiest tasks. And by dubbing Len the schlepper in chief, which essentially meant, for those who weren't here during that era, for many years, we moved to a local high school, usually Wheaton High School, for our high holiday services, because we couldn't accommodate the crowd on the high holidays. And it was a massive job to move all of our stuff, portable ark, Sifrei Torah, books and the like, from here to that setting. And it was a job that was just beyond what our staff could do. And Len just took it on as a job, and year after year, his crew grew. And even as he took ill with multiple sclerosis, making it harder for him to do the physical labor, he was still there kind of as the quarterback of the whole schlepping crew. But more than that, Len was a sweet and loving soul. He loved this community. He met Joan here in this community. Jeff was one of the first offsprings in this community. I remember that, literally a Ben Bayit, a son of the house who grew up in this community. And so we remember Len with such fondness, and what a beautiful way to remember Len, Joan, with this act of generosity to make this kind of program available to our community. So thank you so much. Jeffrey, great to see you. And we look forward to hearing more about your upcoming Simcha in the near future. Beautiful. Thank you so much. So it was about a year ago that Sandy and I went to a play down at the Davis Performing Arts Center at Georgetown campus, a play called Remember This, a one-man show about Jan Karski. What drew me to the show was that when I came to DC in 1984, heading up the Jewish Community Relations Council, I had heard about Jan Karski. I knew a bit about his history, and he made appearances for several years in those mid-'80s at annual Yom HaShoah ceremonies remembering the Holocaust. And what I knew about him was that he was a Polish diplomat who was somehow involved with bringing news about the Holocaust to the West, but I didn't know the full story. And in fact, until I saw the play a year ago, I didn't get all the nuance of why Karski had this mystical reputation. Because as it turned out, and I think Derek will say more about it in his presentation, even though he came to the US after the war, having suffered greatly during the war in ways that you'll hear more about from Derek, and which the play goes into depth about. He had a mixed ambivalence about talking about all that he experienced, not unlike the fact that it took a good 20 to 25 years before you had a flood of literature about the Shoah coming out in the world. Sometimes deep trauma takes time to process. And in the same way that there was now an outflowing of literature about the Shoah, similarly, Jan Karski got to a point in his life when he was prepared to talk about it. A critical moment in the play is an interview that he does with Claude Lanzmann, who filmed and produced the epic film Shoah, which was the first time that Jan Karski actually came out and talked about his role in great detail. The play Remember This, which was co-written by our guest this morning, Dr. Derek Goldman, is a very riveting one-man show, which he'll talk more about. So Sandy and I went to see the show. We actually bumped into Estelle and Sai at the show by chance. And to our great good fortune, there was a reception after the play where I had a chance to meet Derek, and it began a relationship that we started talking about. And only some months later, when we created the Shabbat Voices idea, that I reached out to Derek and agreed to come. If you read Derek's bio, you will see he is an artist of great renown. He directs the theater department at Georgetown University. He created the lab for global, it's called the Lab for about global performance around the world. He's written over 30 plays. He's produced shows in more than a dozen countries around the world. One of the remarkable pieces about this particular performance that he co-wrote and helped to produce is that just a few months ago, he was invited to go back to Poland to do performances of Remember This with the star David Strathairn in 4 cities in Poland, where Jan Karski is from. It's a remarkable story, and we're so privileged to have Derek here today with us. What's going to happen is he's going to talk in the first piece or 2 parts of Shabbat Voices during this hour, during the services, and then once again at 1 o'clock. He'll give the background to the play. He has with him an actor, Colum, who's going to actually perform some parts of the play this morning. And then afterwards, you'll have a chance to hear about a very important educational piece of the program called In Your Shoes, because what Derek is committed to is not just putting out great art, but also about raising consciousness and the impact art can have on the world. And the fact of the matter is that the story of Jan Karski, Remember This, is all about how we identify intolerance in our society, how it leads to prejudice, discrimination, and unfortunately, all too often, even genocide. And so In Your Shoes is an educational program that is going to accompany the show in many, many institutions and settings to try and bring the impact of the show more further forward. You may know that just last month, PBS picked up the show and filmed it because at this point, there will no longer be live performances in this iteration anyway, but you can see Remember This as part of the PBS Great Performances series. It came out just last month and now is available, I think, on which station is it? It's on Amazon Prime, I think. Still PBS. Okay, Derek's going to talk about that as well. So when all this stuff is developed since Derek agreed to come here, and I just can't tell you how excited I am to have Derek in our midst and for the kind of impact, the work that Derek has done in his life, and specifically through this play, Remember This, that we'll get to enjoy and learn about here this morning. So Dr. Derek Goldman, it's our pleasure to welcome you to our Bima.
Shabbat Shalom. Good morning. It's really, it's very moving to be here. I'm really honored. This whole project about Jan Karski has been a humbling and a profound journey for about a decade now, actually, that we've been working on it. And I'll share a little bit, and Colin will share some words. But I also just feel so moved and resonant in this beautiful space of yours. I was sitting over here, and I'm going to date myself as one does, but it was actually 40 years ago this week that I was bar mitzvahed at Temple Israel in Boston. Yay! All right, we're friends. Okay. Jewish geography is always very easy. And I was thinking, of course, about all of the things that surface in rooms like this and the kinds of generational relationships and how entwined they are. And was very struck by the number 8 surfacing in the service as it did this morning, and the significance of the number 8, thinking about 40, but also thinking about 80, and this week being the 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And feeling, as we do, I think, as we age, the strange sense of, and the pandemic maybe has exacerbated this, but time is so strange because, of course, realizing 40 years ago seems like nothing. That's sort of all that, the life. My mom is here, myself remembering that bar mitzvah occasion, but 80 years ago is only twice that, right? So sort of realizing in a sense how alive that and recent in a certain kind of way the memories of the 80 years ago are. So anyway, much flowing through me as we share this with you today. And I had that bar mitzvah in 1983, and a little bit of an origin story because it's a kind of not long after that at Brookline High School, got interested in theater, but was privileged to be part of something called the Brookline Educational Theater Company. I kind of stumbled into it, but it was a opportunity for high school students under an extraordinary mentor, a man named Ian Ryrie, to write and create shows about the issues in our lives in the community intergenerationally with community members. So we were making work about freedom of expression, about drug and alcohol abuse, about a range of things. It was during that time that I first got through a project that was a collaboration with Facing History and ourselves, got connected to Holocaust theater. We developed an original piece in high school, there's a really, in a way, and some of the like resonance I feel in this space, there's a kind of straight line between encountering theater. I think there's so much theater in a room like this, and there's so much sacredness in the kind of work we try to do in the theater. And so I actually haven't spent, as you know, I've never been part of a congregation like this since that time in my life, but shortly afterwards I found theater. And I think a lot of the work of meaning making and community making has happened in those spaces. And shortly after I went to Northwestern in Chicago, Colin is another Chicagoan. But right after I graduated, I had created a play about the AIDS epidemic, and that had sparked interest and gone out into communities. So I was commissioned when I was Colin's age. So this is all interesting. Colin is a student of mine, but I was commissioned to create a new play about Anne Frank and the Holocaust, which we did in the early 1990s. And the journey of that play at the time was it took us, our young team, to synagogues first all around the greater Chicagoland area, but then nationally. And the play had a curriculum, and it fulfilled what at the time it was the Illinois mandate for Holocaust education. So my first real job was bringing this play of ours around, and it was often booked and programmed with Holocaust survivors who would speak about their experience, which of course we have. So 30 years ago was a very different moment in terms of how many of them there were, and that engagement with that community. So in a very profound way, this play and even the idea to do it and the way we're doing it was built through experiences I had when I was Colin's age in rooms like this one, bringing theater, but theater for dialogue and community engagement and meaning making. And that has been, that's really been my life's work to this point. I came to Georgetown 19 years ago to be part of shaping the Theater and Performance Studies program there as a professor and artistic director. And sometime into that, quite organically, we founded the initiative that Sid referenced called the Laboratory for Global Performance and Politics, which is a joint initiative of the School of Foreign Service at Georgetown, the School of International Relations, and Performing Arts. It's a little unusual to have an arts initiative in a School of International Relations, but our mission is to humanize global politics through the art of performance. Our interest and our belief is that theater and the act of communal witnessing can do that. And this project, which you'll experience a little today, and the presence of Jan Karski, is in many ways the deepest emblem of that work. And I'll just share a little bit more about how this project started, and we'll have time, we'll open this up into discussion. There's a lot of, at this point, we've been going around with this show for a long time. We've done over 100 discussions. I've had in many, many rooms. We've met hundreds of Karski's former students because he taught at Georgetown for 4 decades. And so there's a wide community of people who we've encountered. So there's so many, there's so many things I can talk about, and I want to really respond to what's in the room. It's also really exciting for me to see people from different generations in this room, because this is a piece above all that is about, we see it as a current events piece, not as a history piece, a piece about the present and really for the future. That's why developing curriculum around it has been so important, and it's really been built and designed to do that. So I'm going to let Colin share a little of it in a moment. One thing that's actually quite remarkable, can I just ask, have any of you, first of all, have any of you seen the play or the film yet? Show of hands. Oh my goodness. Okay. Half and half. Perfect. That's very humbling. And it will, it's been streaming on PBS, but it will actually air tomorrow night on PBS Great Performances for a re-air in conjunction with this 80th anniversary of the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, and as part of a series called Exploring Hate. And there's actually a little documentary feature with it about the making of it, et cetera. So it's available to watch the film version if you haven't seen it. And how many people, just again, show of hands, have been familiar with Karski as a figure in obviously had norms. So that's wonderful again. It's been interesting for us developing a piece that's about a really significant historical figure who many people, especially in this community, really understood and felt close to, but often feels like too little known. Because there's a sort of interesting, there's lots of people we've encountered who are like, how did I not know this story in our midst? The sense that it's kind of a hidden history. And so my journey with it is that I had been doing a lot of other theater that engages with similar themes. And in fact, Colum was part of a production that I had first done professionally at Theater J in Washington, DC. And then we did another version of it at Georgetown of a play called Our Class that is a Polish play that chronicles neighbor on neighbor violence and pogroms in Jedwabne and other villages. Really follows the lives of 10 Polish and Jewish children from their childhood through their whole lives and the way allegiances turn and they become ghosts, et cetera. In many ways, that play, the Karski play, would not have been possible. There's many ways that led to the opportunity to do the Karski play. In 2014, Karski's centennial was being celebrated on Georgetown's campus and broadly in the world. And there were many people in the kind of Karski community who had seen our class, who knew my work, and reached out to me to say, could we put something together for this? And I think the ambition at that time was just for this one-off event. And I was familiar with the outlines of Karski's story, but I hadn't done deep research at that point. There's a commemorative bench that sits on Georgetown's campus of Karski, and it's in a very prominent location on campus. It's him at a chessboard. It's the same commemorative bench that is also in New York at the Polish consulate there, that's in Warsaw. But one of the interesting things is one of my star students, who ended up being the co-writer of the play and was had spent 4 years as a student in Georgetown, had walked by that bench a million times, had no idea who Karski was, had never stopped to take in what the significance of that statue was. And that was, I think, kind of emblematic of what became a theme for us in the play and an approach, which is what is in our midst that we, human beings have infinite capacity to ignore things that are in our midst that are not convenient. So right on our campus there was Karski, but how were we actually remembering or grappling with that history? So I reached out to the actor David Strathairn, who I just happened fortunately to have had previous friendship and relationship with through a shared connection to the great Chicago writer Studs Terkel, who had been an important figure in both of our lives, and we had collaborated around that. I just called David because I wish I could say it was prophetic, but I just felt that David embodied a kind of profound humility that and the spirit of what I already understood Karski to be. And David remembered in that first phone call, he remembered seeing Karski's testimony in Shoah 30 years earlier. It was still etched in his mind. And he said, sure, I'll be there. So he came, and that first version was a reading with David and students. It was an ensemble piece, and students were kind of asking, the conceit of the play was students in his class, where it was a memory play where the history of Karski's life started to kind of unfold with students as the ensemble. And gradually, in ways we can talk about it, evolved into a solo piece. But that was the beginning of the journey. And I'd say every step along the journey has been unexpected. There was no plan the only reason there was a film is because the pandemic happened right as the play was starting to make its way. And there was a real question of whether we would ever be able to do the show live. And we had happened to meet in London when the show was there, meet a wonderful documentary film producer who said, let's make something happen. So we shot the film in Brooklyn, but so there've been a lot of circumstances that have gotten it here. And one thing that I'll say before as we introduce Colin, that's really special about this morning is in 10 years now, almost 10 years with this project, and this, as Sid referenced, is shifting. We're just starting to, talk to other prominent actors in different parts of the world and other companies about doing the play, but no one except David has performed this role. And in fact, this morning is going to be literally the first time in a public space. Some people in our classes and stuff have done it, that you'll hear this text from anyone except David Strathairn. So I think, and there's no better person, because Colm is not only a wonderful and now professional DC actor, but he's been part of this journey, not just because he was in our class, but he's engaged deeply with the lab as a kind of now as a professional staff member who is leading some of our In Your Shoes curriculum. And so in a way, I feel like Colm, is an embodiment of the generation for whom this material is meant. And so it's powerful. David just turned 74, is not yet 74. But it's powerful to, I think, start to have this text move away from this wonderful, incredible actor who has built this incredible chord with Karski, and now start to sort of widen how this text can be grappled with. So without any further ado, I'm going to have Colm come up and share the opening of the play, which you'll see has a kind of framing device that is really meant to right away in terms of what we hope the purpose of this piece is, to kind of involve you and engage you in much the same way that I felt like the service this morning and the kind of work we do, who are we for others, et cetera. So Colm Goebel-Becker, please welcome to the stage. I love this, by the way. He's going to project, and we have a microphone there so that people on Zoom and at home can, but we have a little bit of, I didn't want him trapped behind the beam, so.
We see what goes on in the world, don't we? Our world is in peril. Every day it becomes more fractured, toxic, seemingly out of control. We are being torn apart by immense gulfs of selfishness, distrust, fear, hatred, paralyzed by futility, indifference, denial. Millions are being displaced, driven from their homes, from their homelands, denied justice simply because of who they are, what they believe. Sickened, silenced, forgotten. We see this, don't we? How can we not see this? So, what can we do? Is there something we can do that we're not already doing? Do we have a responsibility as individuals to do something, anything? And how do we know what to do? How do we know? It's not easy knowing. Human beings have infinite capacity to ignore things that are not convenient. Jan Karski, born Jan Kozelewski, 1914. Messenger of the Polish people to their government in exile. Messenger of the Jewish people to the world. The man who told of the annihilation of the Jewish people while there was still time to stop it. Hero of the Polish people. Professor, Georgetown University, 1952 to 1990. And always immaculately dressed. In my classes on government and politics, I tell my students, governments have no souls. They only have their interests in mind. Individuals have souls. Our common humanity, not the power of governments, is the only real protector of human rights. And so I ask you, what is your duty as an individual? Thank you.
Thank you. Stay, Jen. You see why I brought him. So a few things that to just point out, and then we'll share some other material from the play. As you see, it was where we arrived, and it took us quite a while to get here. Sometimes in the theater, the simplest, most obvious, deepest choices take the longest to get to. You have to get a lot of stuff out of the way to be like, oh, this is direct. But there's this, you know, Colum is playing Colum in this. David is playing David. There's no, at the beginning, it is us in a communal setting with questions and the reality of our world and the question of why we want to engage with this story. What does Karski have to offer us? What can we do? How is this history present between us? And we just wanted in the room, as hopefully you just felt, I certainly did from Colum, to just make present the conjuring question of like, what's among us, in the same way that the service for me did this morning. Like, okay, who are we? What do we go out to do? What is our responsibility? And this was a huge, this was one way of telling Karski's story. One narrative about Karski is it's a narrative, this story is a story of failure because he failed to. He felt himself an insignificant little man. He said that a lot. People who were close to him said he was, you know, this is a play a lot about being haunted by the failure of something, the failure to be listened to, the failure of getting through. But he spent 4 decades of his life teaching young minds that individual responsibility and individual action can make a difference. So there's different ways to think about what success and failure look like. And the part that we didn't show you, so you have a prologue, and then before this, then the actor kind of begins to transform into, for the occasion of this play, to Karski, and Karski was immaculately dressed, and so the sort of donning of the suit, the kind of ritual of that. But in between, we show what is a kind of iconic Karski clip from Claude Lanzmann's documentary Shoah. And if you don't know this history, Lanzmann finds Karski. Karski was silent for decades about what he lived through. He had written a book that was actually a best-selling book, New York Times, book of the month club, Story of a Secret State, a memoir in the mid-40s. But he felt that after going to try to see Churchill, after meeting with Felix Frankfurter, and eventually after his meeting with Roosevelt, he profoundly felt that his appeals had fallen on deaf ears and that he, at some level, had failed. And he found himself at Georgetown. He decided not to go back to Poland. He finished his degree. He became a teacher, and he had been tortured. He had walked through the ghettos and the camp. And it was a history that, and he was, of course, not alone in this. I think one of the things people go, why did Karski go silent? Well, there were a lot of people who were silent for those decades about this history. And he didn't speak of it. And Claude Lanzmann, the documentary filmmaker, finds him. And he, the first real lengthy scene in the play, which you won't see, but if you see the film, is the sort of scene of Landsman drawing him out in his reluctance. And so in the clip, Karski breaks down. It's his first time returning to these memories. He says, now I go back 35 years, and he has to leave the room. He breaks down, and then he comes back and begins the interview. And so one of the things that I think the piece is also sort of a lot about knowing and not knowing, silence and memory and the way they work. And one of the fascinating things, Sid and I were just talking about this before. So he shoots that interview with Landsman in 1978. As you heard from Colin, who teaches at Richmond from 1952 to 1992. It takes Landsman 6 years. That film doesn't come out for 6 or 7 years. So he's shot this, he's had this experience in a room in his apartment with Landsman, but other people haven't seen it. It's actually 1981 when Elie Wiesel finds him, and at the International Liberators Conference, he sort of really speaks first publicly about this. But what's very interesting is there were generations of his students who had no idea anything about his story, even though he was teaching elements connected to this. There is no sense of his biography. And then little by little in the 80s, there's a sense of, do you realize who this man was in our presence? And he has to sort of start to engage with that part of his history. So it's in some ways that the mystery of that silence, which is of course very complicated, is part of this story. Another part of this story that's moving to be in a synagogue is that his wife, Pola Narenska, was a Jewish girl who he first saw dancing in London, and then by accident saw in a DC synagogue years later. They ended up getting married. They never spoke about the war. Her whole family was killed in Poland. So there was silence, and the avoidance of that was very, very thick in their lives. And Pola was a very prominent choreographer here in the DC area. She trained people like Liz Lerman, she was a very important figure, and she committed suicide late in life. You know, this is also not only because Karski spent his life in Washington and went to the White House, but it's also it's a very textured communal history. We're going to move to a clip, a scene. Your column is going to be live. From a little bit later in the play. And I just, Sid referenced that we had recently been in Poland for a couple of weeks, which was we had been there early on when we were developing the play. We went back with the finished production. We were in 4 cities. We were in Warsaw. We were in Łódź, which is Karski's birthplace. We were in Poznan. We were in Krakow. And we can talk more about this, but we had, of course, a lot of Karski is a complicated figure in Poland, better known than here. It's a very complicated political moment in Poland around this history. We had anxiety. The show was hugely, hugely embraced in Poland in ways that were way beyond our expectations, which was very meaningful and gratifying. It was performed in English, of course, but with Polish and Ukrainian subtitles. And we had a huge number of young Ukrainians who saw the play and who we spent time with. And of course, Poland now there's a massive change in the entire kind of dimensions of the place because of what's happening there. And, you know, one of the initiating events of the play is the Blitzkrieg. And Karski's, which Karski experiences and becomes a refugee and sort of sets him on his journey where he eventually joins the Polish underground and meets with Jewish leaders and ends up going into the Warsaw Ghetto. And the two things that the Ukrainian students told us the most, that were the most striking and very visceral and emotional terms to them about seeing the play, was that for them, the Blitzkrieg was a current event scene. In our play, it's depicted quite, you know, explosively. And they were like, that's what we're living through, like that. Karski walking through like the sense of suddenness of that was a kind of incredible current events thing. And the other thing they said, which is a really important theme in our play, and we can talk about this more, that struck them, is the significance of disinformation or just lies, the status of truth, which is very, very much part of Karski's, like, but all I can say is I saw it and it is the truth. This is what I have witnessed. And yet it falls on deaf ears. the conversation he has with Felix Frankfurter is quite famous in this regard, an American Jew who's, Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, who says to him, I did not say that I didn't say that you're lying. I said, I do not believe you. These are different things. I can't accept this truth. I'm not saying you are lying. So that parsing. So anyway, for them in a climate of propaganda and disinformation, they feel not only the trauma of an event that for them is analogous to the Blitzkrieg, but they feel this sense that there's no truth out there on which they can rely on. So those were really resonant, powerful things to hear from the Ukrainians. So here's a column with a section right after the Blitzkrieg has happened.
The Blitzkrieg. I see the destruction of everything I have believed in. No, Poland is strong. Poland is an empire. Poland is the whole world to me. And the whole world is destroyed. Everything I have believed in up until now no longer applies. Poland loses the war in 20 minutes. I walk. A refugee. It is summer. It's hot. Heat is terrible. We don't know where we're going. Thousands of us with no place to go. Who will take us in? I try to walk on the softer sides of my feet. They're so blistered. For 15 days, I walk. I see tanks, the hammer and the sickle. The Soviets have entered Poland. A Polish captain waves a white handkerchief. They take us to a labor camp. We sleep in a warehouse beneath the red star and a portrait of Stalin. We shiver in raw autumnal wind. Barbed wire encircles us. Cold. Are you Poles cold? This is because your bones are hollow and your blood runs weak. You exploiters, bloodsuckers, you will learn how to work in Russia. Your back will ache, your hands will bleed, your fingernails will break open, but you will learn how to work. For 4 weeks, I learned how to work. I see an opportunity. There's an exchange coming with the Germans. Approaching a Russian officer. Sir, the men have been speaking of an exchange. You don't like it here? I love it here. I would like to stay here. But my wife is expecting our first child. I want to return to Woods to be with her. I'm sure he realizes that I am lying. This is for me a lesson. There is no such thing as good nations, bad nations. Each individual has infinite capacity to do good and infinite capacity to do evil. We have a choice. I lie. I survive. The others are taken to the edge of a pit and shot in the head. stacked neatly in mass graves. 22,000 in the massacre at the Catian Forest.
So that, I want to in a moment actually have you talk a little bit
Sure.
about, because I've been talking a lot,
Yeah,
but
sure.
I think one of the things that's actually so resonant in starting to see this story told in Column's body is that you realize that Karski was a lot closer to Column's age than to David's age when he was living through these events. In fact, he was 28 years old when he sits in Roosevelt's office and brings that story to them at the sort of climactic moments of his life in a certain kind of way. He's 28 years old. And so there's something, this is a memory play, and there's, you know, a way that we're moving this theme of, this is of course a line of Karski's, that individuals have infinite capacity to do good and infinite capacity to do evil. We have a choice. This is the theme of the individual again. But I also feel like what started to emerge for us as we were creating the show and the virtuosity of David's work is David plays Karski, but he's playing Karski, a storyteller. He's playing like 30 other characters as well. And Karski himself, anyone who knew him or had him, was a great raconteur, a great storyteller. He was a ham. He was a theater lover. He spent a lot of so he actually, you know, he was a reluctant witness. He did not want to relive his experiences, but as a storyteller. And once he started to, he told the stories in these very animated ways, and he would become Roosevelt and Frankfurter as he did it. And so there's something for me actually in the experience of the play, that idea that individuals have infinite capacity to do good and evil is sort of subtly highlighted by seeing a human being become a Nazi, a commander, you know, all of the different figures, Pola, that are there. There's a kind of tapestry of like who we are and can be in the form of the piece that I think relates to the kind of ethical kind of questions that the piece is trying to raise. I'd love, Colin, for you to share, because you've had such a journey from playing Reshek in our class, which actually some of the staging and scene of this evokes in many ways, and that's being kind of on the journey. At one point, so Colin was just supporting us as a lab team member, and David, this is very David, he is the most humble movie star in the world, you know, someone who could get an Academy Award nomination for Good Night and Good Luck at playing Edward Morrow, but basically, and that's part of why he's such a perfect Karski. It's not an act, but he was sort of like, Colin should play this role. Like, get out here. Like, you're better, you know, like, you should play this role. But I would love to, so David is very pleased that Colin is the first person sharing this. It would be great to just maybe hear you share a little bit about, you know, about from our class to here and what's surfacing for you.
Sure. Yeah, first, just want to thank you all for having me in the space. It's really such an honor to be here. Thank you so much. Yes, as Derek shared, first got to know Derek when I acted in this play, Our Class, about 10, you know, our class taken from our town, but obviously in a much, you know, more harrowing context. About 10 Catholic and Polish students growing up in Jedwabne. And that play really, it's not a hyperbole to say that it changed my life in terms of my acting trajectory. Before then, I had, you know, strictly been involved in musicals, which I don't want to denigrate, but in terms of just the depth.
He's very good.
Thank you, but the depth I found in that role, working with Derek, working on a play that had deep social resonance about the Holocaust. And it was especially resonant for me because I'm of a Catholic background, but found many Jewish cousins, Jewish uncles who were very dear to me growing up. Fell into a Jewish friend group my freshman year at Georgetown, and was just kind of immersed, even though it's a Jesuit university, immersed in a lot of Jewish relations. And I'd always been passionate about intercultural exchange. My mom, who is here today, you know, raised me that I should, you know, grow up to set the world on fire, you know, make the world a better place. It does no good if I'm just doing it for me. Yes, that's all because of my mom, truly. You know, everything is all because of her, 1,000,000% and beyond. But that play really was just a seminal moment for me, and then eventually working for the lab and In Your Shoes, and that I can do so through theater, through embodying characters, through connect, because what I think theater does best is that it connects us with our common humanity, which is my favorite line from that first monologue, that governments, while there's a lot to be said for what they can do, are not the ultimate protector, in Karski's opinion and mine, of human rights, but that it's our common humanity. And in a world when a lot of people in my generation are just very dismayed and indifferent, I found a lot of inspiration and catalytic energy from theater, and I felt very empowered when a lot of my peers have not been. And that's largely because of our class and Derek and the lab. And it was particularly resonant during our class too, because the Tree of Life terrible massacre happened in October when we were running our show, or maybe right when we were about to perform our show. We were right about to go into tech, and this happened. And so that was just deeply resonant for me, for the Jewish members of our cast, and really just added more responsibility to the work that we're doing. So again, really, it's just an honor to be here, and thank you so much.
We're gonna hear
Yeah.
more from.
Yes,
Yeah.
2 more excerpts.
Could we do one more thing, and then I know we want to get to Q&A, we're running behind.
Yeah.
Well, I'll finish. There's so much. So we'll do one final excerpt in a second. We'll do Shmuel. Again, because it came up in the service, and then we'll open it up.
Yeah.
We didn't plan to talk about mothers, but it's actually it's not only that I'm being a good Jewish son and that my mother is here and that Colin's mother is here and that, mothers, but it's actually a very profound theme in the play, what Colin's talking about, because Karski, an early scene in the play and a kind of foundational scene is Karski is in the kind of yard as a boy, and the neighbors are throwing dead rats at the Jews. Karski's mother, Valentina Kozhelevska, who is the sort of symbol of decency in his life, says, you will watch, you will stand guard, you will take care of them. And then it sort of chronicles how the Jews become his closest friends in boyhood, and then how he doesn't know what happened to them. He sort of remembers in this kind of very beautiful elegiac section, each of them and what he loved about them and the dynamics in those friendships and what they were good at, and then wonders what might have become of them. And of course, we can imagine. But the important point, and it's actually come up more and more deeply as we've done discussions in communities, is because people say, what is it that makes a person righteous? Like how does a Karski become a Karski? And we've had some amazing people connected to the project who are doing work with Holocaust survivors and around trauma. And I think as good an answer as any is the modeling that he had in his childhood from his mother, and the kind of way that provided a kind of framework for him to understand what a courageous act could be. So I just couldn't help in the spirit of mother. So we're going to close this, and then we'll get to some questions. And I know I'm running behind, but I can't resist sharing with you a very important figure in the play and in Karski's life. It's the figure of Shmuel Ziegelbaum, who was referenced in the service, who had become the leader of the Polish government in exile in London, and is the person when Karski meets with Jewish leaders on the outskirts of the Warsaw Ghetto, who they're pleading with him to go see, and he eventually does go and see him, and he's being really driven mad. He's lost many members of his family, and Karski really becomes deeply haunted for much of his life by Ziegelbaum, and you'll see a snippet of that. But when we were in Poland, the great Marian Turski, who's 97, 98 years old, a Holocaust survivor, who's a very prominent figure who was very close to Karski, stood up at the end of the play in Warsaw, and he said, what you got, and it was very emotional, what the deepest thing for him was how the play depicted Karski's hauntedness and deep obsession with Ziegelbaum. That was for him what he remembered most about Karski. So I think we'd be remiss on this day in this space, I think, to not share a little bit of Shmuel Ziegelbaum with you. Come on.
To His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Poland, Mr. Prime Minister, I cannot continue to live and be silent while the remnants of Polish Jewry, whose representative I am, are being murdered. By my death, I wish to give expression to my most profound protest against the inaction in which the world watches and permits the destruction of the Jewish people. My life belongs to the Jewish people of Poland, and therefore I hand it over to them now. I yearn that what millions that what remains of the millions of Polish Jews may live to see liberation together with the Polish masses, that this liberation shall be permitted to breathe freely in Poland in compensation for the inhumane suffering and torture inflicted on the Jewish people. And I believe that such a Poland will arise and such a world will come about. I take leave of you with greetings from everybody and from everything that was dear to me and that I loved. Shmuel Ziegelboim. The suicide of Ziegelboim, May 11th, 1943, for me, shows more than anything else the Jewish tragedy of the Second World War. About him, I speak. He shows us this total helplessness, the indifference of the world, the indifference of the world. I have not had one class in all my years of teaching in which I have not come to the war issue, and I did not tell my students, there was Ziegelboim. There was Ziegelboim. Thank you.
I'm a little verklempt myself. It's so powerful. And the fact that, there's a school of thought in the Jewish community for sure about, I've had enough of Shoah books, Shoah movies, Shoah documentaries. I'm not interested. I'm just going to tune out. I think part of what comes through in Derek's presentation and Colin's performance of small excerpts of the play, remember this, is that in exploring one of the worst tragedies that history has ever known, we actually are telling the story about how to become more human. That it's not about horror for horror's sake. It's about what horror can happen if we don't fulfill our humanity and step up to the moment in the way that Jan Karski said many, many times in his teaching. So I want to take a few minutes for questions. I want to urge you to stay after for the 1 o'clock session where Derek's going to take us through the whole way that they've turned this performance into an educational curriculum, a program called In Your Shoes. Be more of a chance for interaction, but we have about 10 minutes now just for some Q&A. We have 2 mics. So if you've got a question, just wave at me. Go ahead, Myrna. Myrna Goldenberg, many of you know, is professionally as a Holocaust educator, so appropriate that she make the first question.
And I was,
Myrna, in the mic, please.
I saw the play at Georgetown and it changed everything. And I'm a Holocaust scholar for about 35 years, but this still just got me. I was wondering, how does David Strathairn do it night after night, performance after performance? We were wiped out as an audience and he played his part. I thought he was Karski. So you know him, you've been with him. He's a remarkable man and actor. What happens to him with this play?
Thank you, Myrna, for that. It's actually sort of a relief to we get that question a lot, but usually with David there, which he deflects, because that's his way. He goes, well, what about, I don't do anything. I'm like, it's all Karski. It's been amazing for me as David's friend and as his director in this project, and as really a co-collaborator, to just bear witness. There's no other word to say about how he goes about this and what he does. It's at one level, it's his craft. So his craft includes knowing how to apportion his physical and mental and psychological efforts. And so just watching someone who is a master in their discipline know how to do that, it surprises people how much we laugh when we're creating the work or whatever, because it's love, as you say, it's humanity. But I will also say that, I said he's turned 74 years old, it also takes a real toll, so that it's not, and that toll is voluntary. He knows the toll, but it's a different toll. Poland was a different toll than George. The toll is not just the acting, it's the conversations, the sense of how much the power of the figure, his own humility in light of that. So I don't have a quick, good answer, but I have a lot, you know, it's very profound because there is a sacredness about David's relationship to Karski. He's still, when he's warming up for the show, has Karski, you know, we had lots of access to oral histories and other things. He's got Karski playing, he's rolling around, like it's a spiritual relationship that he has with memory of Jan Karski. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And it's part of my complicated anxiety in this moment as David winds down and as other actors and other directors. Of course, we want the Karski story to get out, and I'm not, but it's like having had that bar set, you know, is like some other actor being like, I have 3 weeks, but who's Karski, you know, is a different proposition, but that is kind of the industry. So I could go on and on. I just want to lift up one thing that's said that's, we've had so many people not want to see the show because of their sense that they understandably can't go through this experience. And many have been dragged out by someone else to say, no, this is different. And many people have found the space, because I think it is trying very hard to be a communal, loving space that people can encounter their own memories. And then David gets a lot of the credit for that. So we've had people see this show 6, 8 times, who are people who like have avoided this material in the past. So that's one of its, you know, one of the blessings, I think.
Yeah, thanks. Actually, the night that Sandy and I saw the show, there's a scene in which Karski, the actor David, jumps off the table. And that night he actually sprained his ankle when he fell, when he came off the table. So we were at the reception and he came late because he had to be bandaged up. So there's physical tolls, not just the emotional, there's also a physical toll from the performance.
Actors are athletes of the heart, I feel like.
Nice. Danny, go ahead. Get a mic over there. And then maybe we'll take one more question from this side.
Thank you so much to both of you. I want to just ask a textual question. Colin, for the first scene that you did, you said that line that our common humanity is the ultimate protector of human rights, not government. This is kind of profound to me because I do a lot of work in civil liberties, and this is a huge challenge. But then you said it a little differently when you summarized it. You said it's sort of, you kind of couched, you said, well, government's important. And you said, you just said it different, you couched it. And, but I was just curious about where that line came from. Did he say that? Did he write that? Is it a quote?
Common humanity of people, not the power of governments, is the common, oh, now I feel very powerful. The common humanity of people, not the power of governments, is the only real protector of human rights.
Right.
That's Karski.
He wrote it.
He said it, wrote it, it's his idea.
Thanks. Powerful.
Yeah, so Arthur Berger, I think we're gonna, and Arthur both had a career in the Foreign Service for the US government, but also now works for the US Holocaust Memorial Museum.
I retired from the Holocaust Museum in 2016 after 16 years there. But I'm one of the fortunate people who knew Jan Karski. I took several seminars, graduate seminars with him at Georgetown in the late 60s, and he never talked about his history. It was comparative government, Poland, Central Europe, the Balkans, didn't say anything. Many years later, in 1996, I met him at an event where he was being honored. And I said, Professor Karski, why didn't you tell us about what happened? He said, nobody cared. That was his answer. Nobody cared. He cared. And he showed what one person could do to try to stimulate governments, individuals, leaders, but they didn't react to him except the way Frankfurt or Roosevelt or Churchill, or in fact, I heard Zbigniew Brzezinski talk about his father met him in Canada when Karski was on his way down to Washington. And Zbigniew Brzezinski said, I was listening. He was a kid. And he said, he told my father all of these things that he saw and his responsibility to try to help the Jewish people survive. And nobody cared.
Yeah, well, maybe one more question.
Yeah, good. Pam, last question. Yeah, please.
This is not a question. This is a profound thank you. I teach 7th and 8th graders, some of whom I'm happy are here. Yeah, they should be talking. If anybody wants to talk, please, instead of me. But this year I've been teaching the Holocaust through a creative lens. And these students have come up with the most amazing creative projects. But I think that of all of the visual and performing arts, this is the most powerful. And I beg of you to this not be the only time when you come to Adat Shalom. If there is any way that we can incorporate this into our young people's learning and emotional growth. Thank you.
And before Pam got to her most important role now, teaching our children, she was a theater critic for the Washington Post. I remember that career, Pam. Anyway, Derek, Colin, thank you so much. Urge you to come back at 1 o'clock after our own egg. We're going to finish our service now, but deepest appreciation for the power of your art, Derek.
It's such a privilege for us to be here. And we'll talk to you at lunch and continue the conversation. I'll share a bit about this curriculum bearing witness the legacy of Jan Karski today and some of what we're trying to do. Colin has to go. He's in a show that's running in Chicago, so he will not be with us this afternoon because he's got to go act elsewhere. But I will be here and look forward to talking with you more. And the short answer, Pam, is yes. I mean, this is a labor of love, and for us, the point is the work it can do in and for communities. So we will look forward to talking about it. Thank you all.
We invite you to rise as you open the prayer book to page 445 for Aleinu.
I just want to take a moment to say, Aleinu, it's on us. Litakein olam b'malchut Shaddai, right? It's on us to repair the world. That is literally what this prayer is saying to us. The individual matters too. Aleinu l'shabeach l'adon hakol, lateit gedula liotzer breshit, shenatan lanu Torat emet, v'chaye olam b'tochenu, v'anachnu korim u'mishachavim modim, l'ifnei melech Malchei Hamlachim HaKadosh Shevota El Levavecha Ki Adonai Hu Elohim Shevota El Levavecha Ki Adonai Elohim V'nemar Adonai Le'al kol haaretz Bayom hahu Yeh Adonai echad U'shemo
May be seated. I want to take a few moments to recall those whose lives have been passed and those who are marking the Yortzeit, the anniversaries of the deaths of loved ones. We make note of the fact, one of our guests today, Ellen Deutsch, who had a long-standing radio program here in Washington for the Jewish community. Sorry for the passing of your husband, Shelley. We also mark the following yahrzeits of Joseph Boyers, the grandfather of Karen Fierst, Ed Robinson, the grandfather of Robin Paley, William Levin, the father of Blair Levin, Reuven Cohn Raz, the father of Noah Baum, Anna Gross, the aunt of Susanna Isaacson and Emery Simon, Alex Pastor, the father of Mark Pastor, J. Robert Baer, the husband of Carol Mott, Natalie Morrison, the mother of Rosalie Kogan, Victor Blumenstick, the father of Goldie Blumenstick, Doris Nelson, the mother of Edward Nelson, Louise Goldblum, the mother of Abby Goldblum Helsner, Louis Feldman, the father of Mark Feldman, Minna Rosenberg, the grandmother of Noah Baum, Valentin Fuentes, the father of Lisa Fuentes, Greta Vaughn, the mother of Vicky Bremen, Claire Saxton, the aunt of Gila Siegel, Ivry Kumin, the husband of Linda Kumin, Barry Sharp, the brother of Steve Sharp, Emily Boyers, the grandmother of Karen Fierst, Billy Tannenbaum, the grandmother of Sharon Bray, Reuben Iglash, the father of Harvey Iglash, Judith Wendrow, the mother of Tammy Jarrell, Katie Miller Finkelstein, the mother of Rosalie Gross, Rose Burnell, the mother of Phil Burnell, Evelyn Reinstein, the mother of Betsy Dewey, Estelle Olek, the aunt of Adrian Olek, Seth Zicko, the nephew of Ethan McMahon, Floyd Maxstein, the grandfather of Jason Maxstein, father of Neil Maxstein, Morris Sobel, the grandfather of Carol Stern, and Martha Harris, the grandmother of Marla Zippin. We invite all those saying Kaddish to please rise for the mourner's Kaddish on page 451. Yitkadal, Yitkadash, Shemei Rabbah, Bialma, Divra, Kirute, Biamlich Bachute, B'chayechon, B'yomechon, B'chayed, Chol Beit Yisrael, B'galah, V'zman Kari, V'yimru, Amen. Yehei Shmei Rabbah Mevarach, Be'olam Umel Maya, Yitbarach, Yishtabach, Yitvar, Yitramam, Yitnaseh, Yitadar, Yitalev, Yitalal, Shemei Tekudisha, Prichu. Leila, Minkol, Birchata, V'shirata, Tushbakata, V'nechamata, Damiran Bialma, V'yimru, Amen. Yehei Shlama Rabba Min Shemaya, V'chayim Aleinu V'yalkol Yisrael, V'yimru, Amen. Oseh Shalom B'mromav, Hu Yaseh Shalom, Aleinu V'yalkol Yisrael, V'yalkol Yoshvei Tevel, V'yimru, Amen. We want to take a moment to invite those who are guests with us this morning to stand up and introduce yourselves, including the moms in the room. They got a little bit of a shout out, but I think people would love to meet you. But many guests who are here, or people, if you have special life cycle functions in your family, you want to announce to the community, this would be the time. So please stand at your place, and Matt or a second mic person will take the mic on the other side. So guests, please stand.
For about 48 hours, I'm a guest.
Not exactly.
No, my name is Ellen Peckman. To those of you who don't know me, it's such a joy to be back, and such a special joy to be back with you today, both of you today. My family is from Poland, and I have many, many questions, unanswered questions about the big silence in my family. So, big silence in my family. Yes, friends, it'll be very exciting to be back. I moved back to Bethesda yesterday.
Whoa.
And and I wrote Rena a note asking her to put me on the list on Monday or Tuesday, whenever. Thank you for everything. It's wonderful to be back.
Well, welcome home, Ellen. Ellen was a longtime member. She went to the West Coast for a period of time when we missed her, and she came back on occasion, but great to have you back, Ellen. You promised it, and you are back. Great to see you. Please.
I'm Margie Arnold, and Derek is my son, my husband, Pete Arnold.
Hello.
And we're very, very proud. And that's definitely an understatement.
It's an honor to have you here this morning. And Derek, shout out to moms. Well deserved. Thank you for being here. And
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Stella Deutsch Abraham. I lost my husband this week, and Shelley invited me to be here at this wonderful, wonderful Reconstruction Synagogue. Thank you all for having me.
sorry for your loss, Estelle. Good to see you again. Jeffrey, please.
Hi, Jeffrey Kahn Blackman, longtime member, first time visiting in a while. Happy to be back home
Jeffrey, great to see you. Okay, and great that we dedicated this morning to your dad. Anyone else saying hello? If not, Sean, are you doing announcements? Make your way up here. I think there's some guests who are here undercover. We will discover you at the Oneg, whether you like it or not, okay? We will discover you.
So it feels like a double honor to be up here on the Bima after such an amazing Shabbat. So Shabbat Shalom to all of you, and Shabbat Shalom to everyone who's joining us remotely. This was a Shabbat that really touched the heart, the head, and the soul. And although those don't add up to 3 or to 8, they add up to 3, they don't add up to 8, but they add up to infinity. And they are infinite resources for us as we absorb all the things that we heard on this Shabbat. So thank you to Rabbi Fred, thank you to Rabbi Sid, thank you to Beth and to all of our musicians, Michael and Mark and Jennifer. Thank you so much to Dr. Goldman and to Colum. So much of real importance that we heard today, really touching all 3 of those important things in us. And I just want to talk a little bit about the arc of today and these infinite resources. Today was really about the arc of memory to future, because we start with the wonderful memory of Len Blackman. And thank you, Joan, and thank you, Jeffrey. So the wonderful memory of Len Blackman and sponsoring the Shabbat Voices. And we also have the memory of Jan Karski and everything that he witnessed, everything that he tried to testify to, and everything that was not listened to. So we have this idea of memory at the beginning. And what we end up with when you come back at 1 o'clock today is the future. Because in your shoes, the program that Dr. Goldman will talk to us about is really about animating the future to help fight intolerance and so many things in society. So as we kind of pull together our infinite resources, our head, our heart, our soul, think about this. I think about this arc of the memory to the future and how that should animate us, restore us this Shabbat to be able to do what we need to do. And so it's with great thanks to Rabbi Sid for creating Shabbat Voices, to Derek Goldman and to Colum for coming and teaching us, to Joan and to Jeffrey for sponsoring this. And I also want to say that it is wonderful to hear the news of Bob and of Anne. You're such beloved members of our congregation. That was very, very wonderful to hear. And I'll just conclude with a couple of things that we want to make sure to take into account. One is the visit of Rabbi Sandra Lawson, who is coming next Shabbat. She will be at Columbia on Friday night and here with us at Adat Shalom on Saturday and on Sunday. And you should have everything that you need on the program that is outside. And so with that, I will say Shabbat Shalom. So much really to think, to feel, and to be animated by in this Shabbat. I feel like it's a real honor to be up here on this day. So thank you and Shabbat Shalom.
Thanks, Sean, for all you do. And speaking about the future, we want all the kids to come up to the Bima. We need your help up now. Okay, so if you are under the age of 13, come on up. Okay, come on up here. And we'll invite you, everyone, to stand for the Kiddush and a closing song. Please rise.
V'shameru b'nei Yisrael et ha-Shabbat la'asot et ha-Shabbat l'dorotam b'ridolam beini u'bein b'nei Yisrael o'oti le'olam ki sheishet yamim asa Adonai את השמיים ואת הארץ, וביום השביעי שבת ויהי נפש. על כן ברך אדוני את יום השבת ויקדשהו, סברי חבריי. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, בורא פרי הגפן.
Amen. Guys, let's go down the steps. Okay, on the steps. Let's go around here. Where's going? Okay, we have a guest leader for the Motzi. Eloise, come on over here. Eloise. Where's Eloise?
She's to your right.
Okay, Eloise, come right over here. Go ahead, Eloise.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam hamotzi lehem min haaretz.
Amen.
מה יפה היום, שבת שלום. מה יפה היום, שבת שלום. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shalom. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shalom. Shabbat, Shabbat, Shalom. Shabbat, Shalom. Shabbat Shalom.
One other one.
She just lying. They don't want
Shabbat Shalom, all you Zoomers.
Oh, that's right. Remember. Glad to know.
That was quite a powerful presentation. I look forward to listening at 1 o'clock.
I'll let you turn that on.
Really powerful.
It was amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm so glad I was able to zoom
We
in.
can announce like the tenable one event.
Has,
Will not.
has anyone on the Zoom seen the remember this performance?
I saw it, this is Fran speaking. I don't have my camera on. I saw it on PBS. So I saw the film version. I didn't see it live, and it was so moving. I can't recommend it highly enough.
In fact, I was just going to look on my channel guide for, because I think it was mentioned that it would be performed again or shown again on PBS.
Right, and Great Performances is the name of the program.
Okay, I'll look for it.
They said that they were doing it tonight on Great Performances, so I don't know.
I thought he said tomorrow, but I'm going to
It
scan
said
the
tomorrow.
whole guide for the 2 PBS stations I have.
Right. Right, it's absolutely worth seeing.
Is it a filming of the stage performance?
Filming of the stage performance. And it's
yeah.
just super powerful.
I have it on my list to see the film, which I haven't seen yet, The Good Luck and Good Night with David, I guess, as Edward R. Murrow. It's definitely on my list. here. It was quite a performance.
I remember seeing that years ago, maybe when it first came out and it was in the theaters. I don't know. So I'm going to sign off and then sign back on at 1 o'clock. So I will see you guys later. Have a good lunch.
Thank you. You too.
Bye.
Say again, Claude?
1 o'clock be on the same link.
We think so.
Good, thanks. I understand that the think, we think.
Well, because Steve answered that question for me in the chat. Okie doke. See you later. Bye.
Bye.
To you all.
Shabbat shalom.
Hello, is anybody there? Hello, Steve? Hello, Fran?
Is there anyone there for the 1 o'clock showing about Jan Kosky? Huh?
Claude, I'm on. This is Fran. I'm on. I don't think they've started yet.
Okay.
I have to turn mine down. I listen to yours because I would like.
Yeah, you should. Yeah.
Or if you flip off the video.
Claude?
Yes.
This is Fran. It looks as though you are unmuted, and I'm going to suggest you mute. And when I have the video up, it looks as though they're getting organized in the sanctuary. So I think that they'll be starting soon.
One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. I could do that. Okay. Okay, thank you for all coming back. The attendance is testimony to the power of what Dr. Derek Goldman did for us this morning during the services. And I think Derek's going to tell a bit more about the whole project. I think you want to tell a little bit about Poland, would be interesting.
Oh, sure.
And also the educational program that's been developed in conjunction with Remember This, which again, airing tomorrow night on PBS. So check it out. Derek, it's all yours, your classroom.
Great. Well, this seems like I'm going to lecture at you, but I don't want to. So we'll have a conversation and maybe even a little bit of participatory stuff if people feel comfortable. But thanks again for just making me feel so at home and so many conversations at lunch that just were so. I said to sit, I actually make notes because I haven't slept a lot the last couple of weeks because of other projects. I was like, I might be incoherent, and I never opened the folder because I just felt like we were in conversation. So that was a good sign. There are probably some things I should have said, but that are in there. But yeah, I will try. Still have the actor pipes I can project. Is this good? Yes, you're hearing me. Okay, I'll slow down a little, maybe, or maybe it can be turned up. I'm seeing the. I will just be loud and slow and clear. I'll try that. It's not loud is good for me. I sometimes talk a little too fast. What I really want is in a sense, the purpose of this next part of the work. Of course, we have part of what we do at the lab is make artistic works like this that are, hopefully a powerful work of art to consider. But as you see by the prologue and by the actual work, in a sense, is about what happens after and the conversations and et cetera. So I hope this can model, in a sense, I don't know where this hour that we'll have together will go, because if it goes well, it will be that something is happening among us that's a piece of the beginning of modeling kind of how this might work. So I'll just share a little bit of further context. As I mentioned, the Lab for Global Performance and Politics that I direct and co-founded 11 years ago, our interest is in the application of this work in educational settings, but in all settings and community settings. And it's actually not entirely accurate that In Your Shoes, which we'll talk about, emerged specifically through Karski. It's a methodology that I developed kind of organically over many years, independent of Karski, but the core of them are deeply related. So now it makes sense to be bringing them together. And really, what In Your Shoes is, it emerged out of a sense of the challenge of us understanding each other respectfully across differences, like how we, I've had many experiences where the power of a theater event where we're sitting alone in the dark and we can empathize with someone on stage and go, oh, I now feel more for that person's perspective than I did. But that for most of us, we struggle then to actually apply that in complex social circumstances. And it's just that we're just plain polarized. We just feel that we're living in, we agree with the people in the room here, but there's people in another room that we could never communicate effectively with. And so one of the things that's my job as a teacher and my job as a theater maker, and has always been, is to bring people together in an environment that makes them feel that they trust each other, that they're safe, that they can take risks. That's just essential, or nothing good happens. Like if David was like, who's this guy directing me and why is he talking to me this way? The Karski play couldn't happen. We have to build rapport. And of course, it's easier to build rapport the way a lot of us have been building it in a room where it's like, we have all this in common already. You know, my aunt, we know, like we agree with each other. It's harder to build rapport when you're in a space where it's like, oh, I fundamentally disagree with a lot of what these people think. And we all know we're living in a country that's filled with that, and that we're living in a world that's filled with that. So what I've been doing forever, I learned to do it from great teachers of mine in different ways, is like you begin rehearsal processes, you've been classes by trying to just, exercises that make us feel human, that's sort of like where they're kind of like get to know you exercises. But I started to kind of think of them not just as games to warm us up, and notice that something deeper was happening in them, that people were starting to kind of like trust each other. And I started to push them a little bit further, and I'll describe a little bit what happens in the In Your Shoes work. And so over time, it shifted from these were like warm up and trust things that then we went on and did something else. People would start to reflect back to me, that thing we did at the beginning was really memorable and powerful. And so I started to lean into that. And so one of the things I've been very fortunate to get to do in my work is I go around the world, and I'm often in settings where people are coming together from many different cultures and countries, theater makers as part of, and so this work, which we can model a little of, really begins with some voluntary sharing of things that are as simple as names. Our names are very powerful things. They carry history. We often have shorthands, sort of like, oh, just call me this. Don't worry about what you call me. So some of this work is just literally standing in a circle with people. This is not work that I see as for theater people. And in fact, the people I have found over the years of now working on this with thousands of people now, is that the people who have the most transformative experiences tend to be the ones who see themselves as the most introverted, are the most shy, because actually what this work is meant to do is not to celebrate how great their personalities are, how good they are at social skills, but actually to like connect what's happening internally and have it actually affirmed in the room, to have people go, oh, I guess that's okay. Like, you feel that too. So it's actually really deceptively, a lot of this is like call and response work. But to call and respond, there's an energy of like, in a way that makes people feel heard, attended to. So I'll model. So I'm just gonna tell you my full name, and I'd like you to repeat it back to me with some of the energy, whatever it looks. I won't feel mocked. So repeat it back to me with some of the energy that you're getting from me, whatever that looks like. Because the name is not just information. The name is it's coming through with a how, with a quality. So if I say to you, Derek Anthony Goldman, repeat that back to me. So I'm going to say it again, and now you give even a little more permission to say it like how I'm saying it, whatever that means to you. Am I doing something with my hands? Derek Anthony Goldman. So that's the foundational unit of exchange with which this work begins is that we have names. And our names, our names have a lot of information in them, a lot of cultural context, especially when you get into rooms where there's diverse things happening in the room. There's commonality, there's difference. So what I started to realize is I would do this in some spaces and the intercultural spaces, and the first time around the circle where people would take the time to reflect people's name back, some people would burst into tears. Just hearing their name back in a respectful way where they didn't have to go, oh, just call me this, it's okay. You don't have to pronounce it right. Whatever the sort of cultural, like just that being like information that's being held and received, that was creating a foundation. And for some people didn't need, some people it was just like, oh, we know each other a little better now. I never knew your middle name was that, or I never noticed that you speak that way. So it doesn't have to be the most profound experience of your life, but it creates a sense of ritual and connection. And then we build from there. There's other units of information, other pieces of things people can volunteer and can share in that group call and response space. So if we'll do a little of this, perhaps we'll model a little of it in a few minutes. But this is all laying foundations to then be able to perhaps go deeper and start to have some of the conversations that we might not otherwise have. So wear this in your shoes. So there's group work that I'm sort of describing, call and response work. Most people find it. I've been doing this work recently with a lot of medical students who are learning to listen more deeply and empathically to their patients and to pay attention to sort of signals. It sort of slows things down. One way of thinking about this is like, it's a kind of empathic muscle building. It's a kind of going to the gym for your kind of muscles of like deep listening and noticing your own body language and what signals you may be giving off that you don't mean to give off, that you're like shutting down. It's like, and there's no judgment in this work. Nobody's doing a better job than anybody else. There's no grades. There's no like, this person's doing it great, watch them. That's not the work. The work is sort of like, so people have fun. We were brought in to do this by the World Bank in a reverse mentorship program with a lot of people working in different parts of the world and trying to build trust and get to know each other across cultural differences. And they had a lot of fun and they laughed a lot. And the sort of the results that were reported were like, they felt more comfortable reaching out to one another about work issues because of things they'd learned that were really just like part of these rituals that otherwise there wouldn't be permission to do. So it builds some trust and it's fun and it's, the worst that happens is it's harmless, but then where the work goes next is pair work. So two people get together and a prompt may be given to them. And again, this varies in terms of settings and there are very many variations on this work, but I'll give them a setting. The prompts tend to be something like, a great first prompt is just talk about home. What does home mean to you? That's a particularly rich one across because people can talk about like their front living room and the reason they like that carpet, or they can talk about the sense that they've never had a home and they've been migrating their whole lives and that they can curate in the conversation based on their comfort level where that conversation goes. It's not an interview, it's a two-person conversation. There's no one else is listening to it. The only thing about it is that people were using technology to record that conversation while it's happening. Everyone's got a phone in their pocket with that technology, so they're recording that conversation. Then each person goes away for some time and listens back to the conversation. And they select a section of the other person's words and they transcribe those very precisely. There's a wonderful theater artist some of you may have heard of named Anna DeVere Smith, who's modeled a kind of entire way, and she was a friend and a collaborator of mine. So this is in the same spirit in that you're getting all of the ums and the ahs. You're not doing any editing. This work sort of believes that a lot of the meaning and character comes from the how people are saying it. It's not just that they're given content. And so you take a section and it's almost like a poem on the page. You transcribe it and it's just the person's words. And sometimes it's about something very profound, like the revelatory moment in the conversation, but often It doesn't seem to be. It's like, but these texts are really beautiful typically. Most of us can't write with as much craft as the things we say in these conversations once they're like listened to and heard and plucked. But most of us are busy. Those things get devalued because they just go out into the air. Nobody goes, that was so amazing that you said that. So we just like get good at like saying the things. What this work does is someone has slowed down a process of something you articulated, that you're just in the process, which is actually the most beautiful place to get people's meaning making often. Like, I'm sharing this with you now. And then in the room, the people come back, they don't rehearse together. The pair come back and they perform each other's words very precisely. And I offer them some tools as we get into it about ways to do what I just encourage you to do, which is notice not just the words, but something about the how that they're doing it. But it's not about, oh, you're a wonderful actor, you became Jan Karski. Like, we're not all David Strathairn, right? It's just that you had the observational powers to notice that the way you're holding your hands is meaningful. It's true to you. And so anyone can hold their hands like that. And if I'm observing that and have that toolkit, I can come back and share this script. When we first do them, there's no extra, you're not memorizing them. You're just sharing these words. And what happened, and, I started to realize that this work, I think it's a little bit like, take my word for it, because the way that if we had 2 days or 3 hours, we could do more with this, but like, it just was really moving. It felt really powerful. And so then we started to apply it. I mean, one of the most sustained examples is a multi-year program that Georgetown has done with Patrick Henry College, which is a conservative Christian school in Virginia. So the student population there is very different than the Georgetown population, broadly defined. So we brought students together over time. So not just one time or 2 times, but over a year, to really have conversations off of many kinds of prompts. But the best prompts, we didn't ask them what they thought of Trump, right? Because that's not a good starter for a trusting conversation. But to a surprising degree, prompts about home, belonging, family, faith, get right to some stuff that's really textured. And at core, it becomes very hard in these spaces to deny the other person's fundamental humanity, right? Because you're curating what they said to you and trusted you with. You're now reporting that back into the kind of wider room, and there's a ripple effect. And what happens is, of course, then there's that conversation happens and people recognize, so all kinds of things happen in that first conversation. It's often very emotional because people, one of my great mentors, I referenced him before, was Studs Terkel, who was a great Chicago oral historian, whatever. And the majesty of Studs, who was such a man of the people, was that, people would pour out their story to him, and they would say, and he would say, I didn't know I thought that way. And that's actually something very deep and real, is like people in these conversations are like, I said that? It's like, yeah, it's right here in the transcript. And people are like, and then the room is going, I so connected with what Joan said. And Joan didn't even know she said it, not only, or now she remembers she said it, and she does know she feels it because she said it. But so suddenly there's this kind of connection happening that never would have happened voluntarily through someone coming in the room and saying, what do people think about this topic? It doesn't happen the same way. People then are like, I'm sharing it with the room. I'm going to curate what I do and don't share. And then this can be used. There are tools that we've developed. This can be used iteratively so that then the conversation afterwards can also be transcribed. Because often the richest thing that gets said in the room is the response when someone goes, oh, it was so moving what Joan said, because this is also my experience, or I disagreed. But then it's interesting that someone can perform that. And then we can return to these pieces. There are all kinds of tricks that I've developed, which are like, some pieces, they're like duets, these pieces. Sometimes the 2 people perform and you're like, everyone's response is, oh, I could see the whole conversation. The whole they just performed a minute or 2 of it. but I could see the whole half-hour conversation because of the connection of the part they shared. So sometimes I literally have them do it as a duet, like it's like simultaneous go, and it creates this other thing. It's very true in its own way. Another trick is like hand the person back the transcript of their own thing. And now you share that as close as you can to your own sense of how you shared it with the person. So it's as if I've had this really wonderful, terrific conversation with Joan where I felt a trust, but now I've got this text of what I said and I can like pretend you're Joan and sort of think about crafting this piece. And I feel safe doing it because I know it's my, I've got a text, like I'm not having to. And so what I've found with this work is I don't, you can hopefully tell that I love and believe in this work. Is that it can do a lot of like it's just a methodology that like allows for people to take it in different directions. I've done some workshops with, I was brought in to do some like couples therapy workshops with it. Pretty interesting. A lot of people in their relationships don't feel very listened to. So the muscle building for people who want to work on that skill of like slowing it down to be like, actually what I was saying was this, because you actually have to say it now. So that's the core approach. And the connection, maybe I'll pause for a second and just be like teacherly, and then we maybe can try a few things together. But is the connection to Karski's is for us in the lab feels very deep and direct with this. And so when we developed a curriculum, which is not just this work, the curriculum is called Bearing Witness, the Legacy of Jan Karski Today. And our interest in developing that curriculum was very much what kind of came out in the room this morning was, yes, one can offer all kinds of Holocaust history resources and those are valuable, but there are many other projects that can be portals to Holocaust history. To us, the interest in Karski as ally, as witness, as someone who across religious difference found, bore witness to something and saw the fundamental humanity in that situation, that model felt to us like something we wanted to be able to engage students in, whether or not they self-identified as being interested in Holocaust history, because there's all kinds of reasons why people don't think they're interested in that they don't think that's what they need to study. So these conversations end up being, we've had students from all over the world who have never thought about the Jewish experience, have never had the occasion to think about the Jewish experience, but who are making connections going, oh, this isn't so different from what's happening. I grew up in Rwanda. I have connections I'm making to what I witnessed in my homeland around this Karski story. But it might have been very much harder to just be like, watch David Strathairn and PBS on Remember This and make a connection to your life. But now, because we're trying to activate their sense of what are you witness to, trying to get them to answer the questions in a sense that the beginning and the end of the play are positing. So the larger curriculum is broader than In Your Shoes, but as we're doing for a lot of things, In Your Shoes has become a very a great vehicle to activate, and we use different prompts, the Karski stuff. I'll pause for a minute just to see if there's any either questions on what I've said so far or thoughts on the connection between what you're hearing about the In Your Shoes work and what you know about Karski from what you've seen. Yeah. Are we passing a mic or?
What I thought I was conveying.
Mm-hmm.
And so when someone repeats back to me something that I think is not what I was conveying, is very interesting. And I was wondering how you, in this process, what arises around when that happens?
I would say this process gives us a framework to have that, to notice that. I think, so to sort of be like, I think theater performance is in some ways just a way of noticing things, like lifting up and sort of being like, and this is something I wouldn't have noticed. It sounds like false hubris to say this. I feel mostly In Your Shoes corrects that problem, but I'm sure there are times it doesn't. But it's because the method, there's something that tends to just happen in people's humanity in these rooms where they are like, oh, I'm going to do this right. Not because someone's judging it, but because other people are being precise about it. So people feel that that they have had the experience you're describing a lot, and that this time they're a little more, that it's more accurate, whatever that means. But that doesn't mean there aren't surprises in where it is. But there's also a space for someone to go, this, by choosing this section, I might feel a little misrepresented because I was taken out of that does come up some, but rarely. And I guess I would also say that I feel like these are not, everything in this work is process. It's meant to be about it's never like about that was the product and we're done. So the next conversation about what you missed or what you didn't get to yet is the best one, because now we're deeper. It's like the rungs of the ladder. Now we're deeper. There's some trust has been built. We do some things like there's some community guidelines that are just parameters for setup about, they're not medicinal, but they're just things that are like, for this room to work, we're all going to agree to, it's things like not speak on others' behalf, not assume what someone's opinion is. We're going to try to notice how much space we're taking up in the room. So if I'm talking for the whole time, there's a whole set of things that are almost kind of like versions of noticing things. The other thing I should say that happens with some of this work is that we keep what I call, it's not like we widen the circle of participants or witnesses. So they're like with the Georgetown Patrick Henry thing, like there were culminating performances where the whole communities were invited in. Well, that's really powerful because the community at Patrick Henry College that's going, what are they doing with these Georgetown students, or vice versa, sees modeled in that performance a depth of conversation. It's a performance. It's like, actually there's rehearsal and there's a sort of, and then what happened, like the pilot year, we were pulling teeth to try to get, particularly on the Patrick Henry side, to get people to do it, because they were like, what are these Georgetown people gonna expose us to? Then we performed and we had a problem because every single person on campus wanted to do this work, and it's hard to scale this work. So it was sort of like, oh, we have to have like a very intense selection process, and we didn't want it to be, but that's a good problem to have. And I would just say it's not false modesty. Say it's not because the work is some special. It's really just that it's like people feel valued in it's like, oh, that looks like something I would want to do. Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, I love this idea of just not focusing on the performance, but the heart-to-heart connection. And is there nothing that is preparing them to observe? Like, I know you were talking about the hands, and do you have them, I don't know, stand silently and kind of take each other in? Is there some kind of preparatory sort of technique, not technique, but activity? Or is it simply you trust the individuals to do it the way they are moved to do it?
It's a great question. I'd say so we are now developing, it's a little bit reverse engineered, what we're calling an In Your Shoes Research and Practice Center. And really this is a way we've been doing this work very like episodically for years. It's like, oh, we're doing it, a US-China relations version. We've been doing that at Georgetown now a couple times, where we have students Chinese students, students involved in the Chinese diaspora, students just interested, deeply interested, and we're having conversations there. We are piloting, which would be interesting to talk to this group about, a Black Jewish dialogue partner. So there's different, we've been doing this episodically, but what we haven't done until now, and some of this is just trying to scale this so that more people can participate, is like codify the techniques and train the trainers more. What's happened naturally is people like Colum, and there are dozens of these, have like done it and are just good, like they do it enough and it's like, oh, now he's co-facilitating this US-China dialogue one, and he's fantastic at it. And it's very moving for me, I have to tell you, to step into that room and see a technique that I sort of used to feel like I was the purveyor of, because of course it's inflected in new ways by his, it's not just, he's not just imitating what I would do, he's bringing his own whole self to do it. And that's the potential power in it. So there are these techniques, but they're sort of, I would say they're gentle, by which I just mean like it kind of happens like weirdly in the call and response work, like there's things you can do. It's like sharpening muscle. It's like by just say, we sort of notice things. We do some work with just, we have some movement people we work with. So just looking at body language and physical work, how people walk, how people carry themselves in the room. But you have to start from a place to do that, that people aren't like, what are you making fun of me? You know, do I feel, we live understandably in a time where people are carrying all kinds of stuff about how that, you know, that they don't want everyone looking at that thing. So you have to build that together and know that a group is kind of ready to be like, and, you know, often for me, that's like self-modeling. Like good, I have a thick skin. So, and I know that I have like weird, you know, that's like, you know, a lot of people I teach of like, he's very Jewish or whatever the thing is, like whatever's going on in the thing. If I can kind of be like, show people that like the exercise we're going to do is I can model an exercise where everybody walks like I do, and then amplifies it a little bit more to sort of notice something about it, and then a little more. This is how clowns are trained. If anyone's, this is just literally like all they're doing is picking up on human actions and amplifying them and stretching them to the point where they're funny. So this is the same muscles, but the difference is the ethic here is love, is close, respectful observation and trust, and acknowledging that there's no like perfect person in the room who's sitting and standing the right way and the rest of us aren't. There's just the difference in how we speak and how we carry ourselves. And you have to create, and this takes facilitation. You create a room where people start to, can't just prescribe it. You create a room where people feel that that's true. But my experience is these exercises do that. It doesn't need, it's been a great relief to feel that it doesn't need me. You know, that there are people who are much younger than I am, who are not as experienced in the classroom as I am, who can take these, you know, who can take these techniques in and get very analogous results in terms of people feeling like they're having transformative experiences. And I feel a little, what's always hard about these things, and I don't do this in this way much, but because we were talking about Karski today, is it's a little like, take my word for it, you know? So I invite you, I will say what I'd love to do we have till 2, Sid? So maybe we'll do something in a moment. There is, and I can maybe send out a link if you're interested in the In Your Shoes piece of this, because I see energy and nods and people may be thinking, how can I apply this or do this in my community? It's, you know, we are not, we're trying to build, part of the purpose of building this research and training center is that people can do that. We don't have a like, go to this website and here are all the techniques, but we're working in that direction. And there was a really nice PBS NewsHour did a nice special on the Patrick Henry work, a kind of feature. And it's just a nice window where you actually get to see some of the students from both campuses actually doing this. It's like a 7 or 8 minute thing. So I'm happy to send that around, or you can just Google PBS In Your Shoes lab. You know, it's easy to find. But if you're interested in just seeing some, instead of just having someone talk about it and seeing a little bit what goes on. And then there are some, so one really beautiful example with the Georgetown Patrick Henry thing is we had done a couple of years of this work growing with more Georgetown and Patrick Henry students involved. And then we were in the pandemic and January 6th happened. And the students started all, you know, we're on like listservs or whatever, writing to each other, being like, we have to do something together. one of their first responses was not to recede into their community to go, I feel more strong. These students wanted to connect with each other about what they thought about that experience. And so what we did, and you can watch this on, is produced on Zoom, because nobody could actually get together, an In Your Shoes in response to January 6th with these students in conversation about that. That couldn't have happened with students who hadn't already been through a process where they knew each other enough to want to have that conversation applied to that experience. That was really profound and humbling for us as facilitators. We didn't go, it's January, did you see what happened? We're going to do it. It was their energy towards each other in that moment. And the results, the conversations are pretty amazing because they're not. And I think I'd say the other thing that any work like this does, which is a gift, is it complicates all of our essentialized stereotypes about who's in what community. I will tell you, I've taught a lot of places. I have never had students who are deeper thinkers and more rigorous students than I've had from the Patrick Henry students. You know, that doesn't mean that I agree with their ideas or all of their ideas. And the other thing, of course, that happens is you realize that diversity is everywhere. That Patrick Henry isn't like, it's a conservative Christian school, but within it is a huge spectrum of racial identities, sexual identities, and things that are shifting and dynamic, just as there is at Georgetown. We ended up having in the Georgetown group lots of people from the conservative Georgetown community who wanted to be part of this. So then you actually start to complicate the sense that it's, you know, this community and this community, and you have lots of more textured conversations. Yeah. Let's try something on our feet. So I think the way this is going to work best, just because of our oddity of time and space, is maybe I will take, what I would love are like 8 or 10 volunteers, but who would just, and I think what we should do is normally we would just make a circle, but I don't want to like close off the circle and then have like, so what I'd invite the 8 or 10 to come into like a semicircle. And feel that you're here too. So it's like you're in the circle, you're just seeing 8 or 10, you're speaking on behalf of them. So just if you feel like you can stand for the purposes of this for 10 minutes or so, which I realize, or if you really want to do it and you can't, you can move a chair. If you would just come up if you're interested, and I promise I will not embarrass you. Thank you. That's a good number. And so maybe just widen the semicircle a little bit so it goes down both aisles a little bit. Carol, go down this aisle just a bit. So it's like a nice, think of this as like a U, like a parabola. And then maybe the people who are over here, I don't want to leave anyone out of the circle. It's a little bit room physics. Can you just maybe move towards the middle, take a chair in the middle? Then we feel we're all, yeah, this seems good. Okay. So what we're going to start with is what I first modeled. So this group, we're just going to share our full names. The only thing I would ask is you'll speak your name and your full name as you claim it for yourself. So obviously we have, especially when you deal with this now, there's people whose names can change, you don't want that name, whatever. So it's your full name as you claim it for yourself, but not the polite, easy version of your full name, if that applies to you. I just want you to share it with the group. And then what we're going to do, those of us who are standing, is just repeat it, sort of send it back to the person. And then this first time through, let's just do that so you can observe, and maybe we'll get, we'll start to involve more of us in a moment. So I'll model it, and maybe I'll go to Joan, and we'll go then around to Carol, and then back around to Jane. Okay? Simple, just names, call and response. And pay attention a little bit, as I said, to something about the how it's being shared as you send it back. No, Mike, I'll just speak. We'll just be loud. I feel like if we pass the mic, you really want that said to pass the mic around? Whether people are on Zoom, are people on Zoom anymore or not? The mic sort of changes the. Yeah. I think just be loud. Okay, fine. So like the Zoom people will have it. They'll fill it in. They'll understand. I'll start and we'll go to Derek Anthony Gold. Joan Ray Khan.
Joseph Ephraim.
Joseph Ephraim. Kit Turin. Carol Light. James Shore. Thomas Armstrong. Noah. Kelly Sadowski. Beautiful. So let's go around one more time and do it again. And this time you just join us in the response. You're sitting and we're standing, but you get the energy or the essence. So we'll just feel the full room with these names and just be yourself. But there's no, don't you have to do it the same way you did it last time. Just say your name, whatever's, be in the moment. I'll start again. This time we'll go Shelley's direction. Derek Anthony Goldman.
Derek Anthony Goldman. Shelley Sadowski. Shelley Sadowski.
Noah Cohen.
Light. Carol Light.
Joseph Ephraim.
Joseph Ephraim.
So just quickly, because I want to, how does the room feel right now? What's the energy in the room feel? A little higher, right? It's kind of nice. It's like, we haven't done that much. Like a lot of people knew each other's names, but there's something, there's a sense of ritual together. We're doing a thing together. There's a little awkwardness, but it's sort of a delicious shared awkwardness. If anything is a little, like rooms are, like there's a, but there's like connection. What does it feel like for the, any just quick popcorn, so from the 8 of you, any feelings?
Electric.
Comfortable.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Electric.
electric,
Tantalizing.
tantalizing. So that's a powerful word. Great. What's that? Being themselves, right? There's nobody has given them a task that like someone might be better at than anybody else. That's crucial to all of this work. There's no evaluation in any of it. At no point am I like, this is good, like, see why this is good, see why this isn't. And that's not just some like casual, it's because it's true. Like for this work to happen meaningfully, people need to be like, I am not, to be able to own, I would never speak up in this room. I feel all of this stuff, but so that the rules have to sort of allow for that, for different, and that's part of the power of what happens that's then fairly transformative. But what happens, Karski has a line in the play connected to that line about human rights. He says it twice, he says, and this is Karski, says we have to take care of each other. What happens in this work without me doing much, obviously people must feel that I'm taking care of them enough, or whoever the facilitator is, for that to be modeled, but people just take care of each other. If someone seems uncomfortable or shy, or everybody lifts it up, and it always happens. I've now done this. I've never had actually, and I feel like scared saying this, I've never had to be like, that was inappropriate with this work. I have to deal with that in other classes and other exercises. It's never happened. And I've done it with 7th graders. I've done it. It's just never, something happens where people take care of each other. They don't mock each other. They don't belittle each other, because something about what we're doing is different than the things where we start to do that. So that's just been my experience. Yeah.
I wonder what names they were all born with.
This group? Were they different than what you said?
Yeah, no.
Yes. Interesting. Did you make a choice? Did you curate? Did you think about the decision of what name to share?
Yeah.
And what made you share the one you did as opposed to one you were born with?
I didn't really use my middle name. I felt like it.
Mm.
I thought about using my maiden name and then my previous married name, and just decided to go with my maiden name.
Yeah. Yeah, for you. Kit.
I use my last name, which hasn't changed. In 4th grade, I changed my first name, and I just didn't want to get into all these questions or whatever.
Yes.
Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And I, your name, the name, I mean, I'm just reading your name there and I didn't recognize it from what you said. So that I presumably that was a decision of sorts. for you.
Yeah. I mean, I felt in a lot of spaces that I've entered that there's other people who take on a name that's not really their own heritage culture. Like when I was in Southeastern Africa, a lot of people have names like George and Jonathan and Philemon, names from the Bible, but they have like a more homegrown name as well. And so I started in my time there, sometimes introducing myself as Yosef instead of Jeffrey, because people call me Gio, like in the British way, and that felt weird. And so I thought, you know, I actually also have this other name that I was given when born, when British.
Yeah. So so thank you for asking that question, because when we do this work, I'll get to it, this conversation happens, which is just even in the quick popcorn thing, people go, oh, I made this decision or this is, and it doesn't often not a long conversation, but it surfaces something meaningful. A really profound example, one of our global lab fellows was actually from Rwanda. His name had been Wesley Ruzibiza. And we were doing this work in Italy when the lab fellows had gathered for a week, and we kind of said his name, and he had never, Wesley was his like colonized name. And he is now Ruzibiza, and he says that this work and being in this community and having these conversations and being like, why am I carrying Wesley around with me, is what led him to do that. Not because anybody pressured him, it was just kind of like, it surfaced that thing.
Just wanted to say that there's something so profound in the way that you gave us permission that I found myself giving my full name, which I identify with, but it's not the name that will know me by or that I put out in the world. It's not my official name, but by creating this container where you gave us permission, give whatever name that you identify with. I thought that was really wonderful, and that it creates that place where we can start feeling comfortable and claiming maybe part, even if not everybody knows about it, or even if we don't even think about it. Oh, no, claim that.
Yeah.
So it's really beautiful.
Thank you. I mean, subtle prompts of this work towards just agency and choice, like that it's whatever you like, bring here's the permission. It's a lot of things. So I want to do a couple more. Everyone good? Just keep going. So we're going to go around this time. I'd like each of you to name a place of significance to you. That can be a geographical place, like a city or a town in a country. It can be the downstairs bathroom, or whatever. It can be in my aunt's garden, whatever it can be. If you can define that place however you are, you're not going to tell a story about the place. It's literally just the name of the place. However, the name of the place. We're going to do exactly the same thing, which is we are going to repeat back, in a sense, you might say, you're going to conjure in for us this place, and we're just going to repeat back the place. Okay? Don't put any pressure on yourself. This is not the most significant place in your life. It's a place of significance. We all have many. And if we did this 20 times, you could do 20 different places. But it's a place of significance. I will start, and I will say Vilnius, Lithuania.
Should we repeat it? Vilnius, Lithuania.
I'll do it one more time just so you get the habit, and then we'll go this way to the left. Vilnius, Lithuania.
Vilnius, Lithuania.
Great Falls.
Great Falls. Shuk Machane Yehuda.
11407 Clover Hill Drive.
11407 Clover Hill Drive.
My screened-in porch.
Screened-in porch. So we do a pronoun shift. I know pronouns are a big thing these days, but when we do we do your screened-in porch. So do it one more time, Karen.
My screened-in porch.
Your screened-in porch.
South Bend, Indiana. Hillel Shalosh.
Happy Grace Mira.
Happy Grace Mira.
Pause there for a moment. So just quickly, maybe from the group, anything just about any differences as how you're seeing what happens with place. We had names, which is one kind of just what you observe as happens in the room as place, as people share a place. Again, we're not going to tell a story about this place, but yeah, please. Yes. So that's beautiful. This is just something we do as human beings. You're not David Strathairn. Like, we have in us all of our places, our memories, our things, and we do this all the time. I was doing it at lunch with like, oh, that place, we both been to that place. So we do this, or we have a sort of serious relationship to the place, or the address and the number of the address conjures memories. That has its own, the wonderful playwright, Sarah Rule, who writes a lot about loss, and she works a lot with like addresses and like directions down that road that she remembers where the lake was. It's beautiful writing because it does exactly what your Clover Hill Drive did, which is, we may not have lived on Clover Hill Drive, but we might connect that to, Marshall Street or Sewell Avenue. There's a version of Clover Hill Drive for each of us. So that's beautiful. And so what this sort of starts to do, and again, these are little, we would spend more time, but it's like the beginnings, it's a crack into story. So later, we might actually be like, oh, I was, New Haven, like what I spent time in New Haven. So there's something of interest in the room in both the individuality and the diversity of the choices, but something in the collectivity. And again, there's no judgment. There's nobody, you've each offered. So I'm just conscious of the time, and I want to do one more round, and then, so I'd like us this time to select, each of us is going to select a person of significance who's not here. And there's just a couple of rules about this. Has to be a real person, not a fictional character. I would again relieve you of any obligation to have it be the most significant person in their mind at this moment. And that's, I think, important with this, just a person. Just don't burden yourself with, I have two sons. I'm not going to like burden myself with which one I'm choosing. It's just, and the way you're going to do this is that you're going to give the person a qualifying frame, by which I mean, for my mother's here, I would say, my mother, Marjorie Arnold. And the rest, what we're going to repeat back is just the name, not the my mother, not the your mother. So that's, we'll talk about why, but that's the rules here. My teacher, my mentor, my friend, my sister, my dog sitter, it can be anything. But you're going to decide. Of course, we all understand that people have many, even have many roles in our lives. But then you're going to say the name, and we're going to repeat back the name, and we're going to do the same thing, which is notice the how. Let's do this twice, once just us, and then once with the group. It does not have to be living, but it does have to be a real person. Okay? And I'm going to take a chance and let Jane, you start us.
Your husband.
No, sorry, good. So we're just going to say Paul. If it's Paul, you can give the full name or just Paul, it's your choice. But so in that, we would just say Paul for that one. Okay? One more time. Paul.
Pepe Gonzalez.
My grandpa, my grandmother,
Mina Rosenberg.
Hero Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
My mentor, Dwight Conquergood.
Dwight Conquergood.
My mom, Marcy Kahn.
Marcy Kahn.
My niece, Mika Carmel.
Mika Carmel.
My mother, Betty Berter.
Betty
My idol, Elvis Presley.
Elvis Presley. Love that. So now, can we start? So we're gonna go around one more time. This time, we're all gonna repeat the names. We're gonna start with you, Carol, and you can either do the same person or a different person. And don't get in your head about it. Just if it feels like I still want to talk about Elvis, I'll still talk about Elvis. He hasn't left the building yet, or we want to just choose someone else. So it's totally your call. Try not to get in your head about like, is this a good choice? Just if life goes on, you know? Go ahead, Carol.
A hero, Emma Goldman.
Emma Goldman.
My mom, Betty Bertrand.
Betty Bertrand.
My nephew, Uri Carmel.
My love, Len Blackman.
My stepfather, Peter Gordon Arnold.
Peter Gordon Arnold.
My mom, Beatrice Sadowski.
Beatrice Sadowski.
I'm the grandmother. Debbie.
Debbie Asher Cohen. Harry Thomas Frank.
Wayne Lord.
Beautiful. So just maybe quickly from this group, we did two rounds. Anything that surfaced for you, either with each other's or with your own, with people, just did it feel different than your own name or place? Anything you just noticed? These are just little touches of this work. That happened for you. Yeah, please.
Oh, I noticed that in some of the rounds, there was musicality
Yeah.
in just what people were saying.
So there's rhythm or there's some kind of, and I would say something that starts to happen organically in groups, and these again are not groups of actors or theater people, is that they get, it's very natural to have the moment that, you know, like, what do I say? Like, that's very human. Like, how do I decide? But that there starts to be less like, I will prepare and think, and that people are actually just responding because, like, you know, that Elvis might lead to whatever, Jerry Lee Lewis. Or, I don't know, that it's like that the rhythm is, there's flow, there's rhythm, there's an energy. Poignancy. Say more about the
Well, hearing, you know, the specific intimate relationships. You mentioned husband, you mentioned mom, it touched me.
Yeah. This is the core of the, like, we all recognize intellectually that we're sitting in a room and everybody's carrying around all of these personal relationships and connections, but usually they stay, right? I mean, a couple of us go off and find that connection. So this, by letting them happen in the room in a way that feels comfortable and nobody, you know, you don't have to, in this public space, we don't have, you may or may not want to talk a lot about Len Blackman with the whole group, but we feel the significance of that person and its point. I mean, I think what I found is doing this, people are then much more ready to go into pairs and be like, so we're going to talk about home. Maybe it starts with some conversation about New Haven or, you know, whatever has happened in this circle. Yeah. So let me just open it up to this group. I realize we're in probably our final minutes. Yeah. Yeah, yes, it's a great question. I mean, I do this at this point pretty organically, and I have, you know, dozens of these prompts. One of my favorites that we didn't do, I know this is a little cruel, but is like just with people, this works amazingly with like teenagers. It's like, you just are saying something you love, and it has to be true, but it can be like blueberries. Like, it's not like has to be like this profound thing. And you're doing it by letters. So it has to be something you love that starts with A. So Jane, something you love has to be true that starts with the letter A. Avocado has to be true. And then we all go, Jane loves avocado. And then if it's true for you also, you go, me also. And then we're on to the B. It's fantastic because actually there's so much information in there because people will just get to the H, and they'll be like, they'll say something really profound that they never would have necessarily shared with the room, but they want to share with the room. And everyone's like, me, I love that too. And then they have a conversation about that, like TV show, I love Succession. Oh, you love Succession? Like, let's go talk about that. It just happens with this work. And it's like, nobody is, in my experience, no one's too shy to do that. Like, if their English isn't very good, if they're whatever, like, it's just sort of, it's an equalizer and it gets information into the space. So it's a long answer to your question, but I feel the second time around is just sometimes it's interesting whether someone stays with the person and is like, I'm going to say that again because it felt meaningful, or has another, you might just get wildly different information. There's also something, we're building muscles. So it's a little bit, these are rituals. So what happens is the group comes back and does, like, some of them, the names become a thing. I've had whole groups that, like, I'll be late and the group's already doing the names. Like, they're sort of like, so they become muscles, like kind of ritual muscles. Who's got it? My choice, who asked it? The gentleman. Thank you for that. That I think is really core. It's a lot of this is weirdly about distillation. Everyone always says the hardest thing with their transcripts of the care conversation, they've got this incredible, I always say, you just have to talk for 20 or 30 minutes. People come back and are like, we talked for 2 hours, like we couldn't stop talking or whatever. And we now have a few In Your Shoes, 2 marriages that came out of people we met on In Your Shoes, truly. So like, something happened, like there's something about meeting and like having a prompt to have these real conversations, but the distillation, and I think there's an analogy to what came up in the morning session around the Parsky material, which is that the play only got, the hardest thing is what to pare away. This story is endlessly fascinating and there's all kinds of roads and inroads, and that's all can be in the dramaturgy, and someone else can make a movie about Parsky that has every element. But there's something about like being able to like attend to what's in front of you and chisel away to sort of what we have the capacity to take in and notice lovingly and uplift that in a group. And there's just and so it's a lot about, and that's something that I think a lot of what people are learning. Curation is a key word, which of course is rooted in care. So the idea and care, which is a word, if you think about all of the different implications of care, it's become a big performance word. I think this work is in some ways teaching the kind of embodiment of an ethic of care in a room, which is not just, oh, I'm taking care of you, although that's important, but it's like, I actually care about you. I'm showing up. I'm like not apathetic. Like there's something about, I'm investing. I always get relieved. And it's like, oh, look, people stood up. Like you're never sure. I guess we're at times. I don't want to, Anyway.
This could go on long and long, but Derek, on behalf of the Dutch Shalom, thank you for being our guest this morning. You have so much to share. We've learned so much, and we hope you're not going to be a stranger. We want to see you back here again.
A couple people have asked, I will just say.
Yeah.
Keep coming
Open
back.
to the conversation. People just, this is not.
Or just give us your nearest relative.
Yeah. My nearest relative is just the lab is, if you want to stay in touch, of course, we can just exchange personal information, but the lab for global performance and politics is the best way. This is where this work is happening. It's very much about relationship building. I can give you a card, but the globallab.georgetown.edu is that you can get on a mailing list. And, we are really like some of these dialogue things that I'm mentioning, like In Your Shoes, Black Jewish Relations, are things we're like really looking out in the community to get set up and facilitated. So there are real ways to get involved. There are ways to support what we're trying to do with the Karski curriculum, which we talked a little bit about. the book is for sale, you can buy it, the film is being watched. So there are ways to stay connected just through, for me, all of this work is about relationship building. So I'm really grateful to you.
And Derek has about 20 books here. Remember this, if anyone's interested, see Derek right now. Thank you, Derek. All right.
That was a very
Yeah.